obnoxious dog. I love her.
I feel that.
Oh my god.
That's like how I feel about Round Boy because I got him sort of like an emotional support animal because around the time I adopted him was when I was in a really shitty place. So I'm like, I need a pet to like save me. So I got him. And then because my therapist also recommended it to me where she's like, you need a pet or something. And she's like, I
Right.
could even try and get an emotional pet or a support animal, but like then my fucking card expired and I had to go. My dad cucked me, but whenever I describe Round Boy, I'm like, does he cause me more grief than anything? Yes. Do I have to do everything for him? Yes. Is he a detriment? Probably. And then I realized that I'm his emotional support human, and he has nothing to do with me really. Like I'm like, oh, I got him. He's like so bonded to me, but it's literally just him being like, this is my emotional support human. I will be in shambles if they're not around me. If I'm around them, they're in shambles. But that's just like
That's just
symbiotic
life.
relationship.
Fuck.
Up.
I fucking love Round Boy.
Like orbits me. He's like a flea more than a cat.
Oh yeah, my mom sent me a gift.
Oh, what'd you give you?
Fancy chocolate.
Ooh, fancy chocolate.
Yeah, like chocolate eggs that are fancy. Hang on, I'm gonna take a picture.
Do they have top hats?
No, not that kind of fancy.
Damn. Fuck it, these. I need to go check that. Oh yeah, they do look fancy.
They have filling. Hang on, there's some of them I'm not excited for. Alright, so the blue robin's egg colored ones, those are mint.
Mm-hmm.
The dark brown ones with the white speckles are malted milk chocolate. The red ones are strawberries and cream. The white one with the dark speckles is dark chocolate cognac. And then it's alcohol.
Oh, okay.
There's like, I bet there's actually like liquid alcohol in there, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
Which is, they're not one bite candy, so this is not, that was a terrible plan on this chocolate maker's part, but I'll let him have it. And then the gold ones with the like reddish brown flecks are peanut butter and cassis pate de fruit. I don't know what that means.
Okay, so a fruit paste, but I don't know what the fruit is.
Yeah, I was like, I don't, like, I know that that's fruit pate of some kind, but what the fuck is cassis?
I don't know what that is. It might be, wait, I think that's cherry and strawberry? Cause wait, is the word that, Fraises? Is that, is that a word that's there?
No.
Okay, cause it
Hang on, I'll
sounded.
take a picture of the French for you.
Okay.
You Canadian bitch.
Because it sounded like at least either strawberry or cherry.
It just says pate de fruit.
Oh.
Like the word fruit.
Yeah, so it's like it's literally just a fruit paste, but it's like, hey sir, you kind of have to elaborate on what fruit
Like,
you're using.
and it's with peanut butter, and I'm just like, I don't. Is it like peanut butter and jelly?
Maybe, but like that's a really fucked up way of saying it.
So,
I don't know what.
creme de cassis is a creme liquor made from blackcurrant. So maybe it's like blackcurrant jam?
Oh, okay, yeah. So I'm assuming that it's blackcurrant paste with
Peanut
peanut
butter.
butter.
So it is a peanut butter and jelly sandwich egg.
But like, who the fuck eats blackcurrant jam?
Yeah, I was about to be like, yeah, but who the fuck wants blackcurrant anyway? Disgusting. Alright. That's enough of that.
Assuming that's the only one you're not jazzed about.
I'm not jazzed about the cognac.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like, it's not like, I can't even think of like a tasty alcohol right now that isn't just like a fucking mixer.
Fair.
So a cognac is basically like bourbon or whiskey, but aggressive.
Yeah.
If a bottle of bourbon ran up and decked you, that's cognac.
Oh, okay. Because, there was a point where my dad would buy me, liquor, chocolates. So I just never knew they had, like, a very specific name. Because I would just think of them as, like, oh, there's alcohol or liquor in this, and that's it. Like, that's all I knew.
Yeah. I mean, that's really all there is to it anyway. It's just, I know when they say cognac specifically, I'm just like, oh, they're trying to warn me that this could kill me.
It's good, straight up, just give you alcohol poisoning in one bite.
That boy is beautiful.
He's just vibing.
What was I? Oh, Sam is gonna join us to play when I play Monster Hunter this week.
Okay.
What day was that? Wednesday. Because he also wants to be a streamer, but he doesn't have the kind of commitment that I do.
I feel that.
I was like, you can play we can play Monster Hunter together, and you can just hang out in the Discord. And he was like, oh. I've realized that I probably need to make like an actual mods role.
Oh. Yeah.
Because I just have number 1 oh no, wait, do I have a mod role? I do have a mods role. It's number 2 fans.
The second tier.
To be fair, your alt has number 1 fans, and even though it doesn't matter.
Yeah, because I thought I could use it in the chat thing, but then it backfired as soon as I entered, because you're like, it won't work, and I'm like, that's fair.
Let me show you what it does. Okay.
Have a nice day.
So, I was trying to stream XSplit.
You should probably make the gamer honorific role separate from the bot.
Yes. That's a good idea. Why? Oh, now it's not even showing XSplit. Alright, fuck you, Discord. Kill yourself.
Oh, there's a bee in my Animal Crossing. I need to catch it.
Fuck, I wanna play Animal Crossing. Am I going to change the plan?
You're gonna change the plan.
Was Animal Crossing a farming sim?
If you really bend the rules of farming.
You're like, I mean, you can plant stuff.
Yeah, just be like, farming. I'm going to plant flowers, and then I'm going to plant 1 pumpkin, and it counts as the category.
You're like, yeah, this is a farming sim. No, I'll play Slime Rancher. I gotta get places in this save data anyway.
That's fair.
Okay.
I'm finally terraforming, so my place doesn't look like shit, but it still looks like shit because I don't know what I'm doing. Because, when you were like, why is there stuff all over the ground? It's because, yeah, like, besides my storage and shit, but I always plan out things, and then I go to put everything down, but then it terrifies me, because if it's not perfect, I'm like, okay, wait, start over. So I just perpetually have shit littered on the ground, but not actually displayed.
Okay, so 1, I started the stream, just so you know.
Oh. That is fair.
They heard part of that. Hang on, there is a...
It's just me vibing about how I have horrible OCD that makes my island a perpetual wasteland.
I'm giving you something.
You're giving me something?
Yes. I'm giving you a link to something.
Hopefully it's a Trojan virus.
It's not.
Oh. Well, then I don't want it. Like, throws my iPad.
Fuck, just click on it.
Oh, it's a designer.
Yes, and you can map it out so that you can basically get it to like be perfectly in grid with your island so that you can recreate what you want using
I
that
see.
first, and then you make your island afterwards.
Okay. I see.
That's how I
Well,
planned mine out, because I'm feral.
that's fair. I could probably use that. And by probably, I mean I very much need that. Thank you.
Yeah, and as long as you know what your original island looks like before you terraform anything, they have some pretty like close matches to what the islands actually look like in their little map generation thing.
Yeah, I found one that was almost like an exact match with mine.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Hell yeah, dude.
There you go. I just saved your life.
Thank you. I owe you my life.
Also, feel free to view the stream if you so desire.
I
But it also
think
doesn't matter because it's Slime Rancher.
that's fair. I do like to see what you're doing though, even
Be
if I'm like an hour behind.
be included. I found out
Mhm.
how not delayed the stream is for people whose internet is functional.
I mean, my internet isn't that bad. I don't know why it shits and pisses itself.
I don't know, but when we were playing yesterday, Fawn responded to me saying something in the stream, like out loud, almost immediately.
Oh.
Which tells me that she could hear it immediately. Because it was about like the time it would take someone to type.
Yeah.
Alright, so we have goals today in Slime Rancher.
What are your goals?
Primary goal is to do the Saber Slime thing so that we can unlock Ogden's retreat.
Right.
You don't even know what that means.
Ogden is the guy who gives you the other garden, right?
They all give you another garden, but I love it. He's the one who gives you tofu.
Yes. So, I at least knew a little bit.
Alright, I appreciate your knowledge.
Thank you. I was listening when you were explaining it, at least.
Alright, throw some echoes out to decorate my farm a little bit. Oh, I just realized I can plug in my controller and then be a little better at this game. Hang on, friends. Technical difficulties because I'm stupid.
Are you stupid or is technology stupid?
Actually, I'm gonna say technology because the whole reason my controller is unplugged at all is because Left 4 Dead hates.
Alright.
Okay. Yay!
Oh, did you fix your controller?
Yeah, it works fine for every game except Left 4 Dead. Which, by the way, I tried to fix in Left 4 Dead and it was not having it.
Oh, so that was literally like God's problem at that point.
Yeah. I was like, oh, so I'm not allowed to enjoy myself? Alright.
I can see your stream behind my fucking website thing, but I can't view it. It keeps being like not live. Help me.
I can't help you.
I can't help me either, apparently.
Did you try refreshing the page?
Yeah, I refreshed it like 8 times.
Try going directly to like close the browser entirely
Mm-hmm.
and retype in the web page manually.
I let me.
Weird solutions that sometimes help.
I can also just see if my mobile does that as well.
That's also true. I don't know what device you're viewing the stream on.
Well, I usually view it on my gaming laptop, quote unquote, because it can handle shit, and I usually am like, oh, it won't lag if I use my best one. That was wrong and a lie, and I gaslit myself.
That was A? Yeah, that was A. I'm not bringing you that.
What does a person want?
She wants a bunch of slimes and some parsnips. And I don't have parsnips right now.
I see.
I mean, I could go get them, but I'd have to explore the desert, and I'm not doing that yet. We're focusing on Ogden today because he deserves it.
Also, my favorite thing is you keep putting like titles of your streams that are like, yeah, like comedy through failure and death is inevitable, and yet none of that happens in your stream.
Hey, we had comedy through failure.
Well, yeah, but like we didn't fail as bad, or like we didn't fail horribly.
That's
Like we
true.
didn't lose that.
Also, we only died one time in Left 4 Dead. That title was disappointing.
Yeah, and then the death is inevitable in Monster Hunter. You didn't die.
That's true. I didn't at all.
One big W. You're misleading people. But then they're gonna go in expecting you to be bad, but then you're actually like
Pretty good.
average. Like, oh shit. I was expecting a death, but you didn't die, so you might actually be MLG at this.
Might actually be worth having a follow. Follow me. And that was a threat.
Oh no. I think I am viewing the live stream now. Yes.
You've done
Why
it.
is it buffering? It's like 180p. Like, you can't buffer with that, dude. Also, thank you for... I don't know why Twitch always kept it at 720, but lowering the quality, I'm going to have it at 160 and then witness everything as God intended, which is not at all.
I was gonna say, I don't think he intended that at all. That's cursed, actually.
It is, but I think I'm rather ahead. And by that I mean I think I'm like at least 5 minutes behind now instead of like 20 years.
That's fair. As long as you're within like a reasonable amount of time, it's fine. I'm sorry, Tabby Slimes. I'll feed you guys eventually.
They're gonna have to wait. The poor bastards.
They'll be fine.
There's like pitchforks and torches in the background as they riot. Putting them through their own little Great Depression.
That's about when mine get fed too, Fawn. It's like, are they leaving? I'll feed them now, I guess.
It's like, please feed me. And it's like, not until you start a revolt.
I need them to literally be trying to escape, and I'm just like, oh, okay. I guess I'll handle that.
Feel that.
Also, welcome back, Fawn. You have a view streak. When I can give out prizes for that, Twitch is gonna love you.
She's gonna be so proud. I don't want audio only, I want chat only. I need to turn up the quality. I can't understand what this fucking blurry image is trying to portray to me.
It's like, what is that? Cursed.
I just see blue and gray, and I'm like, something's happening here. I don't know what, but it's happening, whether I want it to or not. Oh, there's so many chickens.
4 hens. There we go. There's a chickadoo. Get the fuck back in there. I find launching the chickens absolutely hilarious.
What's your favorite aspect of that?
Launching the chicken.
What makes launching it so amusing to you, though?
I don't know. There we go. No more cranky tabbies.
So
Now they
cute.
can be pleased.
For now. A calm before the storm.
For the uprising. You guys are
Yeah.
eating a lot. I'm just trying to feed you really quick so that I can move on, and you guys are just going ham.
Going ballistic.
Well, I have lots of dollars. Let's go make the 7Z Corporation regret my existence.
The what corporation?
The 7Z Corporation.
Interesting.
Oh man, my next one is slime toys.
Nice.
Or more slime toys, rather. Now I can buy toys for my boys.
We do love a slime toy. Octo Buddy's kind of cute.
The first one I'm going to buy is this bee.
As fair as I was gonna say, actually, it's more cute than the Octo Buddy. Dare I say?
It's for the honey slimes too, and I love them more than life itself. There you go, boys. That man was so excited. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. Kukudoba time. Hi, angry boys. Oh, they're so orange now. Oh my god.
They're like radiating.
I mean, they are radiating anger vibes, but they're just so bright now. Good lord. The secret styles really be out here doing it. Oop.
They look so cranky.
They are cranky. They want to kill me. Which is fair, like, me too, but...
It's a dark, epic level.
Hi, baby boy. Look at this boy. Oh, he's so friendly.
Oh,
He's had a snack. He's not angry anymore.
he's so cute.
What a sweet boy. Oh yeah, I should take a Saber plort back with me when I go this time so I can have some Saber Largos at my house.
Yeah, that design choice is suspicious at best, but striped teeth can be stylish because of the tabby slimes.
Acceptable styles. Striped teeth. Ow!
Sound
Ow. That man bit me. Having striped teeth does sound like a disease, I'll be real.
an illness. Most foul.
Like, that's what happens when you truly go too long without brushing.
Yeah, that does sound worse than just losing your teeth becoming striped.
Then everyone would know.
Yeah, you're just broadcasting it.
Yeah, like, what are you gonna do? Pretend you have teeth?
That's such an odd sentence. I love that. You can do teeth faker. Candy corn teeth? I don't know how to feel about that.
Oh no, now I need to make a Mowl, but their teeth are candy corn. That's perfect. That's literally genius, Fawn. I don't want to go back yet. I have so many make your own ideas for Bebloon that I'm just never gonna get around to.
Mm-hmm.
Because my percentage of energy is -5 at any given time.
That is reasonable.
I just heard one of those fucking slimes bounce at me. Don't come for me, you fucks. I swear to God. I'll throw every hand. We're gonna unlock Ogden's Retreat today. It's my goal. That's a lot of Kukudoba to find, I've realized.
Yeah.
Ow, that was so rude.
Really
Ow! And then he bit me.
What a rude creature.
For real. Stop that. Take those. Play with them. I don't care. I know you won't eat them, but fight me. There's one. Oh, he just growled at me.
I wasn't very polite.
I believe in you, Fawn. You can do it. Even if it kills you. Chicken.
Epic
Oh, yeah.
chicken moment.
No. That's not. We're not making that a thing.
Damn.
I don't need the mascot for my streams to be chickens.
But Hans is okay.
Yeah, Hans is fine. I guess. I guess Hans is fine.
That's fair.
Well, there's a fruit over there, but I'm not gonna bother. Too far away. I'll go back for it later. Hi, chickens. Aw. That one's rotten. Dang it. We're at 18.
For a second, the chicken was rotten. I was like,
Oh.
excuse me?
I would accept chicken riding a Hans. Also, I agree, Fawn. I think that a Kukudoba would be really sweet. And, like, probably very sticky. You know? In a delicious kind of way. Like, dragon fruit is really sticky and kind of, like, slimy. But I think this would just be sticky. No slime.
That's like the only reason why I hate eating fruit is when they get sticky. That like pisses me off immeasurably.
That makes sense. You have a mental disorder.
Well, yeah, cause like I'm just eating, like minding my own business, and then this food has the audacity to like get all over me and force me to fucking wash my hands for 30 minutes. Like I don't think so.
That's like truly a hallmark of being someone who has actual OCD.
Because it takes me like 3 minutes to like eat something, and then it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna be at the sink for 50 fucking years because I can't get rid of the sticky feeling. The sticky never goes away. It's there, I can sense it.
If anybody ever like tries to come for me with some like fake OCD, I'll just be like, I have evidence of what OCD people act like. I've been
Well,
dealing with someone who has it for too long.
yeah, because um, it's in a lot of different flavors, and I didn't know that because the doctors that were talking to me were always like, "Do you check locks a lot? Do you like organizing?" And I'm like, "If I don't like one of those things, does that mean anything?" And they're like, "Oh, so you're just not you don't have it if you don't do this one thing." And I'm like, "Okay." But then one of my friends was going down like a list of like really niche things that people do, and it's like following rules is one that I didn't know. Like I'm a really bad stickler when it comes to rules. Like if you put a paper up that says don't do this thing and it's like a very mild like warning, like in a McDonald's I went to, they're like don't sit at the tables, and Rory sat down at a chair just to wait, and I fucking had a panic attack because they said not to do that. And Rory's like, I'm not eating at the table though, I'm just hanging out. And yeah, I had a meltdown, and that's apparently a trait of OCDs. I'm like, okay, like, thank you.
Lovely.
So
You're
yeah, don't
just
sit at tables when it tells you not to, or else I'll have a fucking manic episode.
you would fucking like lose your mind at the stores here right now because they haven't taken down all their COVID restriction signs.
Oh,
But they don't like care about that stuff anymore. They just haven't taken the signs down.
oh, so it's like misleading because some people could be like, oh, is that still a thing? It's like no one cares, but I
Yeah,
care
like the restrictions don't exist anymore at all. But you would just be like, there's a sign.
now. The sign says not to do it. It's there.
Yeah, like
What am
in
I supposed
GameStop, it says only to pick up things that you're like 100% sure you're buying. You can't just like pick up random stuff to like look at it.
Yeah.
And they really don't care anymore. Like they're like, it's whatever. Who gives a fuck? Nobody is gonna go around wiping everything down. And Colorado's been pretty okay about following the restrictions, so
Yeah.
they're loosening everything, but they haven't taken the signs down.
That's fair.
And me casually like inspecting everything that I potentially want to buy because I'm feral about that.
Yeah.
And you're like, there's a sign, and I'm just like, the sign is a lie. Don't look at
Why
it.
lie? Why would it lie to me? It's 100% true because my illness says so.
Oh, I found a secret styles pod. Who is it?
Could it be?
Oh, it's the Saber slimes. They're pre-Jurassic now.
That is a really cute pun.
Now they have little tusks instead of fangs.
You just your coat like accidentally bumps into something in a supermarket. It's like I have to buy that now. I am so allergic to touching things in stores. Like, holy shit. Like, I accidentally bump a shelf and my world ends immediately because I'm like, I can't believe I touched that. I'm so clumsy. I'm a fool. I need to leave. And, and I've been in there for like 5 seconds, and the store owner's like, "Hey, what are you here for?" And I'm like already turned around and leaving. Like, I'm so sorry.
You're like, I have to go. I can't associate with you.
Yeah.
No
Like
one
they
can know
didn't
what I have done.
You're gonna watch the security footage back and make fun of me. I can't be here for that. They're gonna clip it.
It's gonna be on a social media.
I'm gonna go viral for being a fool. Slightly grazing a stand.
Whoop! Oh, look at him. Look at his little face. Oh, perfect boy.
It's so cute. I'm gonna fucking die.
I love him.
I would die for him.
Alright. Let's convert you. And you.
On. The stores here are so feral because the people are Neanderthalic at best. And like like at worst they are like vegetables, and at best they are like troglodyte people. And they'll like there's one thing that bothers me a lot is they'll pick things up and then leave them in the wrong aisle. And I'll sometimes go out of my way to pick the thing up and casually walk by the aisle it should be in and drop it there. And I'm like, that's not my job, but that bothers me immensely.
You could just get a job as a store cleaner.
Yeah, I might as well. I'll just be like, hey guys, do you want to hire someone who's clinically like fucking supposed or like wants to do this? I'll go around. I'll find everything.
You're like, you don't even have to pay me a lot. It's not a choice. I have to do it.
Just give me a vest, like or a name tag or something, and I'll just go do it. And like, or they'll leave it on the floor. Like they'll knock it off the shelf and just leave it. And I'm like, oh my god. Like has a heart attack, like faints in the aisle. Like, why would you do that? That's so rude. Yeah, just give me like Jimmy's name tag. Even if he's the janitor, I'll just go do it. I just need people to know that I'm not trying to steal or like rearrange things on purpose. I'm helping, I promise.
Eat that. Eat that. There we go.
Spicy tofu.
Yeah, it makes them shit.
Right, I forgot.
And then they give me money. That's how we make our cash here. Forcing small blobs to shit themselves.
That's such an odd thing.
If anyone tried to, like, describe the concept of this game to me, I would have easily been like, absolutely not. I'm not funding this game.
Well, yeah, because it sounds kind of like sus.
It sounds gruesome.
But then when you look at it, you're like, actually, this is okay.
You're like, actually, this looks like a lot of fun and wholesome good time, so...
Only Slime Rancher can make shitting itself seem wholesome.
That is absolutely true. What the fuck was I doing? Oh yeah, I'm gonna clear out the chicken pen a little bit, because we gotta grow some more chickens.
So if you take a chicken, does that just open up room for more to be created?
Yeah, there's a finite amount of chickens that you can have in the pen.
Mm-hmm.
So you just have to like clear them out every now and then to make sure that it's not too much.
And do you have to leave behind a few so that do they like breed, or
Yeah.
does the game just give you?
They breed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you don't leave any in there, then there won't be more chickens.
That is understandable. Oh, wait. Speaking of stores, you know what thing is a huge pet peeve? When people leave their cart in the middle of the aisle.
Okay, hang on. This playing is about to be a little bit boring. Because I have something to talk about that. Because I think you will agree with me when I make this statement. The cart is a perfect example of why we can never have a fucking society. Because, does it take a lot of energy to return a cart to a cart return or to the store? No. It requires almost no energy on the handler's part. However, people will just fucking leave them in the aisle, leave them like right in the door. They'll leave them in parking spots where people need to park. They don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it
It's
is really.
extremely problematic.
And carts are a monument of the failure of society.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just like, you fucking disappointments. How dare you leave this cart out?
Yeah, like, I'm very timid. Like, someone could body check me and actually probably break all my bones, and I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, I was in your way. But if you leave a cart where it's not supposed to be, that's when I become feral. Like, I tap into something dark, and I'm like, if this one person will just leave their cart, and I'm like, you know what? This cart's going into orbit now because of you. Like, I'm now angry, and I'll, like, shove their cart out of the way, and I'll immediately be like, okay, time to turn this into, like, punch out. Because I'm pissed.
I
Why
am
would you?
extremely non-confrontational in general, just because I don't need that on my conscience.
Yeah.
But the second I see someone being a dickwad with carts, I'm just like,
Like, this is my Avengers moment.
like
Except
I ascend.
if Avengers could kill people.
I would be murdering everyone for simple shit. Oh, you left a cart out?
Like, sorry.
Time to fucking die.
Public execution.
This cart's next destination is their ankles. That's correct, Fawn.
I heard, American shopping that it's very common to get bumped and or ran over with carts and the drivable ones. Like the scooters.
Um,
Like, they
it
have it.
it is like, well, it kind of depends on where you live. In Colorado, that's not very common to get like bumped into. But when I lived in South Carolina as a child, I was actually like completely run over with a cart once.
Oh my god. I've only been bumped once, and it was because an elderly lady was behind me and I backed up and she was moving forward and we just collided, but that was my bad. So I was like, "Oh my god, I'm so sorry." But if someone had the audacity to like bumper cart me, I'd be like, "Okay, well, this is SummerSlam now. Thank you."
Yeah, it's like Fawn said in the chat, it's way worse when people let their kids drive the cart.
Yeah, I hate when that happens cuz it's like a moral dilemma of whether or not you want to give out to this stupid child or not. Like, true, they are only like 3 years old and they don't have a concept of anyone else other than themselves. But it's like the audacity of
So
this creature.
Michigan has a solution to this problem, just so you know, if you want to move to Michigan to have that problem solved for you. At least in the town that I lived in there, basically every grocery store had tiny carts for the children.
Oh, that's cute.
So they could push their own cart and carry their own shit, which I did frequently.
As a child or an adult?
Yes.
Thank you.
As a college student, I was like, this cart is how much money I can spend on food.
That is 100% fair.
Yeah, I know. I think Trader Joe's does it everywhere, but like it was a huge thing where I lived in Michigan. Anybody could have tiny child carts. And I think that it helped a lot because like those carts were so small, you could just like knock them over if the child decided to run into you.
You could just, yeah, take the kid and the cart out.
Yeah.
No more having to worry about having to go around the cart to take out the kid. You just knock both over and then get out of there.
Exactly. It was perfect. It was literally heaven. I'm also just like, I hate children, period. So, any kind of child removal service is great for me.
God. We don't have tiny carts for children because children don't have rights. But, like,
That man just ate my Kukadoba.
kill him.
I fucking will.
But, I don't use carts often. I actually like it's not like this cart is gonna only have one item in it. I always have a basket if I'm lucky.
Me
And I'm like,
too. I'll carry a
uh,
basket instead of a cart.
yeah, it's like I'm only gonna get one thing, but I don't wanna walk around with it, so it's going in this one basket to make me feel like a shopper, not a hoodlum.
Yeah, I make like one big grocery trip every now and then, like every week or once a week or 2 weeks, and then every other time I go to the store, it's like, all right, let me get my basket and put my whole like 2 things I've ever wanted in it.
That's strange that it didn't do baskets.
Our stores took away the baskets when COVID started, and then they very quickly realized that that pissed off a lot of old ladies.
Well, you can't take away a method of carrying or pushing things around because then it's like how like what happens if I need a bunch of shit? Am I gonna carry all of it? Because I mean, baskets are just as bad as carts. So it's like you're gonna take away all of that. We're all gonna drive forklifts.
You know,
That would
I'm
it
just,
would
I just imagined a like 90-year-old trying to drive a forklift through a grocery store.
jeez. That would be actually like that would be a thing that would happen here, 100%. Like just watch the headlines from like Glace Bay and someone's gonna drive a forklift into the store.
It's gonna
It
be
probably
you.
it's gonna be me or one of my relatives. They're all senile.
Okay. This is not a very exciting part of Slime Rancher, but I'm having a good time.
I don't know. I'm pretty enthralled by whatever's going on.
You don't even know what's going on.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure you're playing Animal Crossing right now.
Actually, no. I put it down. I'm actually staring at the screen.
Oh. I'm shocked by that.
Well, cause I'm good at multitasking, but not when I'm talking.
Oh, I
So
feel that. That's why sometimes I have to just like stop and do nothing or like walk in a straight line and not pay attention to what I'm doing at all in the game.
yeah.
I was like, hang on, I gotta get this thought out, and if anything interrupts this thought, I'll shoot myself.
Yeah, there are points when like I'll be playing a game with a friend and we'll be talking about the game and then we're playing fine, but then you can tell when it gets off topic when we're running in circles or hopping on things in one tiny it turns into mini parkour and lounging.
That is literally. I have a video from when we were playing Destiny 1 eons ago with my friends, and like anytime we wanted to talk about something, we would leave our game and like go back to the tower and just like do this very specific course around the tower. And it didn't actually, it wasn't like a real thing. We would like hop on top of stuff and you had to like parkour through the tower while talking.
Hell yeah.
And it was just instinct. Everyone was born knowing that path.
Oh my god, bunny day. I feel bad because at one point I'm like, I don't hate Zipper. I hate the eggs. And then everyone's like, I hate everything. And I'm like, yeah, it is a fucking shitty Animal Crossing holiday nonetheless.
Zipper just terrifies me.
That's fair.
I don't have like a fear of animatronics or anything, but people in like costumes like that, I'm just like, no,
Yeah,
no.
it's comfortable.
Like, we don't do that here.
You poor soul.
Ugh, I hate it. You know, it's also why I hate clowns.
Yeah, I don't like clowns either.
I'm actually fucking terrified of clowns. I remember in the where I lived in Michigan, it was kind of a like a hick town a little bit, not gonna lie. And
Yeah.
they were really into like rodeos and car shows.
Oh,
And whenever there
class.
was a car show, they always had like a car show clown come. And I was just like, why? what is he here for? And, he's here to entertain the kids. I was like, fuck them kids.
Yeah, the kids don't even like clowns. I've never met a child who liked being around a clown.
I met one, and I'm so sure he's in jail now.
Oh my god.
Like, there's no way that kid is in society.
Why, like, on the topic of Zipper, I don't. Would he be a double furry if it was an animal in the bunny suit? But it's like, why would they need a person to dress up like a rabbit? Just get a rabbit villager to do it.
Have you guys heard the conspiracy theory about who Zipper is?
I've heard of it.
He's your dad.
I hate that the game projects parents onto me because I'll like open up a letter and it's like, it's from your mom. I'm like, my mom would never. And then I throw out the letter.
The whole theory is that like they're not like, usually the dad is like the one who's gets super involved in what their kids are getting involved in.
Yeah, like dressing up like Santa and all that.
Yeah, so the theory is that Zipper is like your dad's way of checking on you.
Which
Because
is,
there's no like the animals don't know about this holiday.
yeah.
This is the first time we've ever like seen that interaction with the animals talking about the holiday this way, but they don't know what it is. Like they're like, why the fuck are there eggs everywhere? Like it wasn't us hiding them, and you're like,
I would not think it would be a pelican though, because the pelicans have like huge bills. Like, why? How could they fit into that?
yeah, the Zipper. Well, the old Zipper costume that could make sense because it was shaped a little different. But this new
Oh,
one makes it clear that it has to be something like humanoid or with a flat face.
I remember someone said it was like Tortimer, but I'm like, he's a geriatric.
That man's not getting in any trees to hide eggs.
Yeah, exactly. He can't even fucking like be a mayor properly. What makes you think he's gonna hide an egg?
I really had like such a hateful relationship with the eggs the first time because, if you got the game when it first came out, which I did at the time, then
Mhm.
you were still like trying to work on the like initialization of your island when the fucking holiday came and there were just eggs everywhere and no materials for you, just eggs.
That I had the horrible first-hand experience of that because I'm like, oh, it looks cute, but everyone was complaining about it. I'm like, okay, but I got the game right in the middle, like the last week of the holiday, and I couldn't find shit because it was just eggs. I'm like, you can't
Yeah,
make
you
my
didn't even get started.
yeah, I was just on my island. I'm like, help me. I only see egg. They're like, get wood for like making a shovel. I'm like, there's only egg. It's hell.
Yeah, that was the most cursed shit. And like, thank God that I did get to start my island before the holiday started, because I would have died if I had to be in that scenario. I would have probably not continued playing the game, and I would not have bought the fucking Animal Crossing Switch when I finally could.
Yeah, I think the slow start made me stop, and I didn't get KK until 2 months in because I was so exhausted. I
With
was
the
like, I don't.
fucking eggs.
Yeah, because then I like a year later I dig up something and it's like, oh, here's an egg, and I'm like, no, like, go
Yes, we
away.
are silent. We're talking about how unfortunate it is that Restart literally started playing the game during the Easter event and like had to try and find like the 50 of everything for the shop and all that shit.
While there was eggs galore on my island.
Yeah, during Egg Hell. It's back. It's coming back. It's time again, once again, for the Easter egg event in Animal Crossing.
At least they added cute stuff though, like new egg event stuff.
That's
It looks a
true.
little better.
I'm kind of excited about it and also want to die at the same time. So,
I already have most of the egg stuff from last time because I had no choice. It wouldn't stop giving me eggs. So I don't know what I'm gonna do now. Like,
Now that I've started over, I have to do all that stuff from scratch.
yeah, I can give you the eggs I don't want.
I would appreciate that. Because I'm gonna have to fucking get all the recipes and shit.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
That's a chore.
I'll give you any recipes I also already read.
Dig up. Thank you. I appreciate you. The only person that I like had consistent to play with at the time was Sam, and he was not consistent.
I feel that.
I think I have to go back now. I think this is the end of this Kukudoba run.
I had to restart because I shared my Switch with Rory, but then Rory got their own Switch. So,
Oh yeah, and
um,
you guys switched switches.
yeah, and then I didn't know that you can I had to transfer my account, but it got rid of my island because like we shared the island as well.
Yeah,
So it just
it's per
pulled it up.
console, not per person.
Yeah. So like I couldn't preserve my island and Rory wanted to restart, so we got impatient. We're like, just scrap it. Like who cares? But then I realized I lost all of my favorite rare villagers because I had Dobie and
Oh,
Dom and I sat there crying for like a week. I'm like, I can't believe I let them go, but I'll get them eventually.
um, I have cards. As soon as the amiibo data for any of the new rare villagers is out, I'll have a card for them too.
Hell yeah, dude. Dom is so cute. I love how he's a jog. He just looks like the crying cat meme.
I'm excited to start mine over. I got Coco right off the bat in my
No,
new one.
I like Coco.
Me too. Everybody hates her because she's a gyroid, and I'm just like, look at her.
Like, that's why I love her. I'm like, yo, like, Coco's so cool. I used I had, amiibo cards from the ye olde days when I could go to Walmart, and, I had Coco on my island as soon as I could get the card.
I have dreams of having Meringue again. I need to get Fawn on my new island. Fawn. I can't ever remember if her name is Fauna or Fawn.
I think it's Fauna. Um, Rory hates the pink aesthetic, but they got Meringue, and I was so jealous because I'm like, dude, you got that as a starter. Like, not a starter, but like the first
Oh
character
yeah,
to.
when you get the 3 and you have to go like find people on the island. What? That's bullshit. I want Meringue that early.
Yeah, and Rory's like, I don't really. This isn't an immediate favorite. And I'm like, damn, dude. Like, you're living the life of luxury and you don't even know it.
You're like, everyone would die for this right now, and you're just throwing it away.
Well, Rory's such a Chad because they got Julian, Meringue, Raymond, like, off the start.
What the fuck?
And the amount of luck. And they kept Raymond, but then they're like, Julian. They're like, I could sell him, but I'm gonna replace him with Antonio, and then I'm not gonna look back. And I lost my mind. They're like, someone will watch me and kill me on the
I'll
spot.
kill Rory now.
And I'm like, jeez, Rory, like, you absolute maniac.
What a Chad.
Just like no consequence to their actions, like dick out.
Make there be a consequence. I need you to just body Rory today.
You have to run out and just knock them over, and they're
Just
like, what
fucking
was that?
take him down.
It's gonna be like, why'd you do that? And I'm gonna be like, that one's for the Twitch chat, Julian and Meringue.
I still have never had Raymond on my island. It's never gonna happen. I can feel it.
If you wait, do you really want Raymond on your island?
Yeah.
I know a method of getting a Raymond.
They're getting an amiibo card set out for him.
Oh, thank God.
So I'll be
I don't
able to
want.
make one. They're just taking to their fucking time because they were working on it, but COVID was a thing, so they were like, "Oh,
Well, that's like no offense to workers, but I don't get when it's like something like manufacturing. I don't know why it's so hard to just not. to make a card.
That's not the issue. It was just businesses using COVID as an excuse to not have to spend money on people being paid to
Oh,
work. That was all. And that was part of it. Was like didn't want. They were just like, oh, it's a chance to reduce our staffing for a while.
how annoying.
Yeah.
Cherry. Oh, do you like Moose as a starter fawn? Because I would weep for you. Moose freaks me out.
Also blessed you have Cherry. My
Um,
starters are the fucking Ninja Rabbit and the Cheeseburger Sheep right now, whose names I have no idea. Lost on my menu.
the Ninja Rabbit is Snake.
Snake, yeah.
And what was the other one?
That's a Cheeseburger Sheep.
Oh, I like the cheeseburger sheep kind of.
The
That's a funny.
Cheeseburger Sheep is fine. I have no problem with the Cheeseburger Sheep, but there are better sheep like Vesta,
Yeah, actually, Vesta is a homeboy. I
right?
love. You know what? That's fair, Moose. I see why people like villagers because I was gonna say I don't like when people say they're uglies, like when they get rabidly angry about it. Because I'm like,
Yes, I hate that. I'm just like, they're all good boys, okay?
yeah, it's just like this one isn't for me, and I hope no one gets upset that I don't want them, but I'll give it to someone that, like, will take it.
Yeah.
It's just I personally don't want them on my island. But, um, the only villagers I really don't care about are the ones that look like normal animals. Like,
Oh,
and I don't understand why they are very, um, I don't get why they're popular when it's like stuff like Apollo, who's just a bald eagle, and people will go rabid for him, and I'm like, he's just an eagle, guys.
I like Zell, but only because I think that his personality goes perfectly with his simple design.
Yeah, like that's fine. But then I look at Apollo and his like scalping price on Nookazon, and why is he a billion tickets? He's
There's
literally.
who the heck? There's a villager that I really like. He's an African wild dog.
Oh, Kevin.
Yeah, or Kyle. His name's Kyle.
Same thing. Or yeah,
Kyle.
Kyle.
I fucking love Kyle. I would die for him. I actually got him on my other island, and I was really sad that that was like my one loss. I was like, oh, I'm not gonna have Kyle anymore, and we're like best friends. He lives next door to me.
I ran into Kyle on an island. Maybe when you go like island hopping, you'll run into him too.
We're gonna do a
Kyle.
stream where we just hunt for Kyle. Kyle. Oh, that was another one I had. I had Sherb.
Oh, Sherb's cute.
I love Sherb. Sherb was great because I put in like no effort to our friendship, but he fucking loved me.
Yeah.
I would do my like bare minimum, talk to him once a day, and he was like, "That's my best friend over there, okay?"
No one talked to me. Only Axel's allowed to talk to me.
I would give my life for him, and I was just like, "Hey, Sherb."
Okay, sure. Like runs by him, never talks to him. I have a weirder island because all of my villagers basically look the same because I have Berto and then I have Gaston and they're my babies. I love them so much. And Gaston's like my favorite. And I remember I was okay with Apple. Apple's kind of cute. And she moved onto my island. But she was the only villager that was bullying other ones because I had an island that like everyone was fine with each other and even were like making friendships.
Oh shit.
But then Apple came in and started like picking on everyone. Like she insulted Antonio at the time and then called Gaston smelly or grumpy or something. She insulted his drip. So I terraformed a prison for her. So
Okay.
yeah. Now there's a prison for Apple. And that's what happens when you come onto my island and insult my dude.
You're just like, how dare you?
Well, yeah, because, like, She didn't. She wasn't invited onto my island. She moved in on her own volition and then came in and started swinging. And I'm like, you know what? Where's like, how do I get the residential center to like create a building where I can euthanize Apple?
All right. You're just like, listen, if she dies, she dies. She deserved it.
Yeah. Like, no one insults Gaston and lives.
I understand that. I feel that. I have a notification on Discord, but it's not. Oh, it's not from something I care about. Oh, that's actually kind of cute.
Oh, I like O'Hare. I like all the rabbits that I can think of. I don't think there's a awful one.
I don't mind any of the rabbits, but I am not here for Snake.
I'm gonna die.
I'm really like most of the jocks I'm not here for.
You know what? That's fair. Yeah, if she dies, she dies. I'm 100% sure she'd fucking die if you euthanize her. Well, yeah, that's what happens is I'll be like, I don't care for this creature, but then they're on my island and I'll like stare at them for long enough and I'm like, I'll defend them.
I
with
will
my
say, Snake gave me, so on my last island, I got the grill and I got the fucking yellow one, which is an abomination. Who would have a yellow grill? But this time, and that was, shit, what was his name? One of the gorilla dudes, one of the gorilla jocks. I totally forget his fucking name now.
What does he look like?
A normal gorilla, brown.
Just brown gorilla.
Yeah.
Let me look. I feel so bad for the gorilla villagers. They all look bad. I wish they'd make a good one.
Louis. His name was like Louis.
Louis.
Louis. Yeah, his name was Louis. He gave me the yellow grill, and I was really mad about it because I was like, that's disgusting, okay? Snake gave me the black grill this time.
Snake came in here being like, I'll undo Louis' mistake.
Yeah, Snake also, gave me my first, expressions.
Louis looks like Donkey Kong, so I'll respect him like a
He
little
was,
bit.
I love him, he was very sweet, I loved having him on my island, but that grill was some garbage. Oh wait, I was gonna...
What's his name? I only like one gorilla, like a lot. And I think it's named Caesar or something. Let me look for him. Caesar. Yeah, that is not how you spell Caesar. There's no V in Caesar. That's myself.
Listen, that's on you, buddy.
Yeah. He looks dumb, but I love him. Beloved he. Wait, no, there's another one. That's like another brown gorilla, but it looks a tiny bit cute. I also feel bad for the hippos.
Oh, yeah. I feel bad for the rhinos, too, but there actually is a rhino that I really love.
Well, yeah, because they have Meringue and, there's another one, I think I'm thinking this one you are.
There's Meringue, and then, I think his name is Tank. He's just like a blue rhino, and he has a leaf on his head. There we go. Slime toys for happy boys.
I think that's him. Yeah, Tank's the one with the leaf.
Yeah.
Just out here.
He's a good boy.
I got barreled as a starter and I wanted to throw my switch at the wall.
Oh.
I'm like, yeah, like there's no truly ugly villager because everyone has a taste and like type. But whoever has barreled as their type, I may just start throwing hands.
Okay,
Because
here's a fun thing for the chat and for us. What
what?
is your villager that you absolutely love that most other people are like, oh, that's an ugly villager? Mine is Snooty, the anteater. She's fucking like gross green color, but we have the same birthday and her attitude is immaculate, okay?
Let me look real quick. Because I would say apparently people don't like Beardo at all. Like I looked it up and people were like, he's gross, I hate him, and I'm like, why?
His
He
name
didn't
is...
do anything
I
wrong.
just want to tell you this so that you don't make a fool of yourself. It's Beardo.
Oh,
Because
okay.
he's a bear with a beard.
He has a mustache. He doesn't have a beard. His name's misleading.
It is, but, you know, the betrayal.
Betrayal. Thank you.
Dom is an angel, and if anybody's hating on him, you need to, like, unfriend and block them immediately.
Wait, who do people think Dom isn't like doesn't look good?
I've heard some things about people calling him ugly before.
He's done nothing wrong ever in his life.
He's a perfect being, okay?
Right, let me...
I think that Moose is a very acceptable villager. That's my neutral statement on the issue. You guys don't even need these. You have plenty of food. Take some more. That's the wrong thing. Give me back those onions. Don't eat those. Those are not for you. These are for you. Silent. Yes. Moose does remind me of Mineta, and I hate that purple grape motherfucker.
Well, people also think, what the fuck's his name? I forgot. I literally always have him on my island and I forgot his name. I'm such a dickhead.
You're like, hey, I know I've known you for your whole life, but fuck you.
Marcel. People don't like him and some people do because he has like a weird clown aesthetic is what I saw some people call him.
I don't like Marcel.
See? I like Marcel a lot. He's cute.
Well, you're allowed to be wrong.
Thank you. I think he's like the only dog villager I put on my island because I'm garbage.
I really like I like Goldie a lot because Goldie is an angel, but above all else, a villager I have had on every island I've ever had across all the games, Portia. She's just a Dalmatian, but I would die for her.
That's fair.
If she called me and said, hey, I want to kill you for fun, I would let her. Did I have a crush on her when I was younger? Maybe.
Okay, Axel.
Portia is perfection. Her attitude is astonishing. Also, Judy is a blessing.
Oh yeah, Judy was a starter on my last one, and she grew on me.
Judy is a sweetheart. I love her. This is a stream about not hating on villagers, because they're all perfect.
Except for barreled.
Yeah.
Do not
Except for
interact.
barreled. Do not interact if you like barreled. There's somebody else that I, like, really don't like have a strong aversion to, but I can't... Like, my brain has blocked them out, I just know they exist.
I just saw another picture of one that I really hate, and it's Rodney.
What's wrong with Rodney?
He has a gross face. I don't like him.
Rude.
But, you know, Rodney stands can't interact, though.
We allow the Rodney stance in. Alright. I've made more money. We have gifts for all those slimes. The honey slimes have a gift. The crystal slimes need a gift. And, oh yeah, let's also get the rubber ducky. Perfect. And the grotto upgrade. Alright, now the grotto will look nice. Oh my god, I launched that. I did not mean to be that aggressive. There you go, guys. Enjoy that, and I hope you guys like your new scenery. Now that the grotto has crystals. And a cool sign. Alright, onward and upward.
Oh, I love Chevrolet. I literally bought her the other day.
I love Sky.
Sky's also good.
I got Sky on, Sam had Sky on his island, and I was really jealous. The other one is, the... Oh god, the one that was based on the... Aubrey or Audrey? She's like a fox, and she's based on an old lady that really liked Animal Crossing. Sam got her on his island, and I was like, you have literally, like, a treasure trove, and you don't even care.
Rory has coal, and I bargained with them because I also want it. It looks creepy, and I like all of the rabbits. So I'm like, if you could hand me the rabbit villager, that'd be awesome. And also, I won't attack you for it.
You guys like your ducky? You guys are so good. Look at you.
This dirt house is immaculate. They're so cute. They're playing with the dog.
I love them. I'm gonna cry. Alright, onward. We have 120 Kukadobas to find.
Oh god.
Hang on, let me upgrade something first. I think I still have to pay for the upgrade? Yeah. So I have to buy the miracle mix for all of my plots. That's what I'm gonna purchase next. Hello. Alright. Oh god. I think the nuts.
Yeah.
I think the Kukadoba nut starts appearing now. Which you can crack open and it's got like a bunch of Kukadobas in it.
That'd be cool and helpful.
It would.
Since you need to collect so many of them.
Yeah, I think this is when it starts appearing. I can't remember. They might as well be crop plots. Close enough. But yeah, here's a nut. I'm gonna take it over here to this one, because there's a lot of boys over there, and they're scary. What, Hollow? Oh my gosh, Hollow's yelling about stuff, guys.
There's a lot of opinions today.
Hey, bud. Give me my nuts. Thank you. Nobody clipped that.
Epic nut moment.
Alright. Extra, don't clip that. God.
I'm so sorry.
That was awful. Fucking like, I'm wheezing about it.
Feel that.
Should make a like reward for clipping something iconic.
Yeah.
I don't know what that reward would be. I'm bad at thinking of rewards, honestly. Just like, what do you want? $100? Tell me your desires.
To be fair, there's not a lot of things you could reward people without making it like a hassle.
True.
Because it's badge evolutions, chatting, and getting points for something, emotes.
And I have to wait for a lot of that stuff. I have to be at 50 followers before I can do most of that.
Yeah.
So we'll get there. And I bought a water bottle to have with my stream because I was gonna get a metal water bottle, but I hate metal water bottles.
Why do you hate them?
I think they taste like metal for so long in their life cycle.
That's fair.
And I'm just like, how do you consume the liquid from this abomination that makes it taste like nickel? Tastes like I've been like chewing on a quarter for several minutes.
Speaking of drinking from things, I hated when schools would have vending machines, but you weren't allowed to eat or drink any of the things that you bought in school.
Yes, my school had a vending machine that sold soda, but we weren't allowed to have soda at school, and I was just like, why do you have a soda vending machine?
We didn't even have soda in ours. We had juice and water. Wait, no, we didn't even have water. Like, we had a water vending machine, but everyone avoided that like the plague. So, I got orange juice one time in high school, and I sat down in science class. No, it wasn't science, because I know I'm not supposed to drink in there. It was, French. And I am very cautious when I eat and drink anyway, so I like slowly brought my orange juice up to my mouth, and my teacher acted like I had brought a bomb into class and was like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "What does it look like I'm doing?" What the and she's just like, "You're not supposed to be drinking juice in class." And I'm like, "Oh, well, it was in the vending machine, I'm sorry." And this wasn't even like that far into the year either, so like of course I was not like this was my second year, but I never drank in class and I never heard anyone get like punched out because we drink coffee in class but no juice question mark. So I was just like, what the fuck? Like, why? And she's just like, because if you spill it, it's gonna get everywhere. And I'm like, I'm not gonna spill it, dude. She just
That
like
that is true of
almost gave
all
me
drinks. Does she not know? Are there some drinks that are impervious to spill?
apparently because you were allowed to have water, but it was only allowed in a bottle or a thing like I don't know. You weren't allowed
That's
to have a cup of water.
that's
Um,
fascinating.
you weren't allowed to have juice. Coffee was not allowed in certain classrooms. Obviously, science class, you weren't allowed to eat or drink unless it was water in a
Right, because that's science.
and that was pretty much it. But they hated juice because if it spills, it gets sticky and can get moldy or something. But I'm like, I don't know, maybe clean it up before it gets moldy, you fucking animals.
Yeah, don't you have like a janitor?
Yeah, or like I would wipe it up. I wouldn't go, oh well, it's God's problem now. Like I spit it. Like, we're literally high schoolers. I was in grade 11. Like, I'm almost an adult. I'll clean up my juice. Like, I'm sorry. I should have brought my sippy cup. Forgive me. But yeah, um, I didn't follow the food and drinking guidelines because I always ate. Like, I'd eat Skittles in class, whether they wanted me to or not.
Oh, I always had food. They couldn't stop me.
The only thing I didn't do was eat in a meal because I remember one time in math, a kid just started eating a fucking like Chipotle like fucking meal in the middle of class, and it was really funny. But the teacher really didn't like that, and that was a him
Oh,
problem.
that was me. I would just like whip out a whole ass like McDonald's drive-through meal that I had just gotten. I was like, "What? What are you gonna tell me I can't eat? Fuck you."
Yeah, you're gonna deny me my food and starve me like a freak. Complain to the bureau about this one.
Oh, see, Silent, I liked when my school would go on field trips because even though like there were some teachers that were like that were like, "Oh, I know you brought money, but fuck you, you can only spend it on exactly what we tell you to." We also had a teacher that would give us money to do whatever we wanted with.
Oh my god, that's so kind.
Because she was like, I know not everybody can like afford to get something from the gift shop, so I brought everyone like $10. And you can get something from the gift shop or you can get a snack or whatever. And I was like, I fucking love you. Like, can I go home with you? I want you to be my parent now.
I remember I used to be really hostile, like really aggro to teachers if we didn't get along. But I remember the first time I learned that just because I didn't have a good relationship with an adult didn't mean I was immediately their enemy. Because my math teacher, me and her hated each other, and I was very antagonistic to her after like failing every test. So I remember one time I was in like detention and she was just like, do you want, or I'm going to the vending machine, do you want something? And I'm like, why would you buy me something? You fucking hate me. Then she was just like, oh, I don't know, you might be hungry or something. And I'm like, no, I don't want anything. But then I immediately stopped being antagonistic to her. I'm like, actually, she's polite and not my enemy.
that's that's always like the hardest lesson ever because as a kid, like if you hate another kid, you fucking hate each other. Like
Yeah.
if one of you died, the other one would be like, good.
Well, yeah, because I was also used to adults, aka my parents, who acted like that, where if you became an enemy of them, you're like fucking like nemesis level,
Yeah. And
where
a
it's,
good adult won't like you're a kid, you know?
yeah.
A good adult is not going to be like, "Oh, you fuck this child," acting a way that children do. How
Well,
dare.
yeah, because like, at least that teacher didn't antagonize me for like anything out of my control, because a lot of them were pretty understanding. But I remember this one time, this teacher would like heckle me for things that were very suspicious, like signs of like neglect and whatnot, and I'm like, that's so evil when I thought about it, because like at the time that was like the worst living condition of my life, and the teacher would be like, oh, you're sighing, oh, you must be so tired, and I'm like, I don't want to go home, why are you being mean to me?
Right. Oh my god. We had teachers that would like antagonize the kids that had like a hard fucking like home life. And when I was like really young, it was pretty well known that my family was not like the my grandpa has his own company and he's kind of loaded.
Yeah.
So everybody was like, "Oh, your life can't be that bad if your family has money." And I was like, "Yeah, but they all hate my dad.
Yeah.
So I don't get to have any money and I get treated like a black sheep all the time because my dad's different."
Your dad was built different. He got you
And
vilified.
I literally like I was having like a terrible time for a couple years with everything and a teacher was just like, "Oh, it can't be that bad at your house. There are people that are worse off than you." And I'm just like, "Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not like dealing with their problems right now. I'm dealing with my own problems as a 10-year-old."
I hate that because it's like, jeez. Like, people are worse off. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean it's like I'm not having a bad time, dude.
Right. Fucking one of my mom actually fucking does that where she's just like, "You can't be depressed. You're a kid." And I'm just like,
My
What
dad
the
said
fuck did
that.
you say to me? I have a condition. Like, I have an actual mental issue.
Well, yeah, because when I got diagnosed with anxiety, my dad was just like, "Why do you have worries? You're a teen." And I'm like, "You're so dumb. This is why."
Like, I'm not worried. I have a literal condition that makes me this way.
It's just like he's just like, "I don't know how kids could get anxiety. They don't pay taxes or anything." And I'm like, "I'm going to wring your neck one day."
Oh my god. I fucking love adults that are just like, you can't have mental health issues. And I'm just like, what? What are you talking about? I have a diagnosed condition for this.
Yeah, that reminds me of the psychiatrist I was telling you about. That was just like, "You're too young to be ill. What the fuck?" Like, you're just hormonal, dude. That's what happens when you're a teen. You go through every mental condition ever, and then I pretend that it doesn't exist. That's how it goes. The people here, though, the doctors are like in the 18th century. Like, I'm pretty sure if I went into the emergency room, I'd see a plague doctor.
Honestly, I would kind of be happy about that.
I'd see like a medieval like torture contraption, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, this is modern medicine. Trust me. I'm gonna put a leech on you now, even though you said you stubbed your toe."
Hey, I'm gonna leech you really quick just in case. We want to make sure you don't have any ghosts in your blood.
And sprinkle some rosemary on you now. But like, I remember one time I was in the emergency room, and there was a person who was in it, and they had a cold, and I hated them. They're just like, "Oh, I'm feeling not well," so I'm in the emergency room, and the guy next to us was like bleeding, and I was just like, "Huh," because I was in there because I couldn't breathe for I didn't know it was anxiety, but I was having like a lot of panic attacks in one day.
Oh.
And I didn't know what it was at the time, so I'm like, I'm not feeling well. So my dad took me in because I said I couldn't breathe, so he brought me there. And this guy was sitting next to me, and he was in the emergency room for bleeding. And they were just like, "Oh yeah, sit down. We'll be with you." And I'm like, I hate it here.
I hate the emergency room. Oh my god. Silent. Holy shit. I literally had this conversation with my mom. You're gonna absolutely lose your fucking mind at this. Um, I got diagnosed with ADHD finally after my entire life of putting up with the fucking symptoms. And not because of my mother. I had to go do it myself as an adult person. So I went and told my mom, I was like, hey, so when I was a kid, you used to abuse me for these things, and they're all symptoms of ADHD. And then she was like, oh yeah, when you were a kid, I had a friend who had really bad ADHD that I went to college with, and I always thought that you acted suspiciously like her.
And she just completely glosses over the fact you pointed out that she abused you for those
And I
things.
was like, I hope you fucking get rocked. Like, oh my god. I
Also,
I can't believe that you like knew somebody that had all the problems that I had and you still were like, why are you a bad kid?
ugh, jeez. My mom does that thing that yours does, silent. I was talking to her earlier, asking if her any of her family members had like illnesses and whatnot for like reference. And she's just like, no. And she's like, I don't know how you guys could get like all of these things. No one in our family is sick or like ill with these like magical, mysterious things that suddenly just appear in children and millennials. Because she's my mom is indigenous, so she believes in unconventional medicines.
Mm,
And I'm like, Mom, I appreciate it, but I don't think a tea is going to cure me of a personality disorder that has been ingrained into me because you abandoned me with the lesser parent.
you're just like, hey, I have like a serious neurological issue, and she's like, have some chamomile.
Yeah, like don't worry, the creator will help you. And I'm like, can he? Can someone help me, please? I beg of you, anyone.
Holy fuck. That was my mom is not a religious person, but she grew up around religious people, and you can tell that like some of that the like very culty versions of religion have really rubbed off on her thought process.
Yeah.
where I'm just like, if you believe in something, that's fine. You can believe in whatever the heck you want to. But when you start being like, oh, medication isn't real and you should just like pray about it, and I'm just like, I have a literal health, like serious health condition. Talking to the Sky Man is not going to fix that.
Yeah, I don't think leaves like get connecting to Earth and or a creature in the sky is going to save me when my nervous system shuts down. But yeah, I hate when they're like, you wouldn't be in like special classes and that. It's like, well, I'm here.
That was my mom. My mom wouldn't let me move ahead a grade because she didn't think that I was like mature enough or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Which, like, the fact that they wanted to move me up a grade when I was younger for my reading level also should have been a thing where you were like, oh, this child clearly has ADHD. Like, no child at this age should be reading Edgar Allan Poe and reciting it from memory.
Yeah.
Your 12-year-old has depression from reading The Telltale Heart.
I remember when I was a little kid, my dad's always like, "Oh yeah, you'd walk around like with a book all the time." I'm like, "Because you wouldn't let me play with toys."
That and oh, it's fucking for math class. I was doing really really good at math, and words. I was really good at math for a long time, and then like we got to like algebra in my learning curve,
Yeah.
and that was the end. Like I couldn't do math anymore, and I started failing my math classes, and my mom was just like, "Well, just do good." And I was like, "What?" But I didn't understand what was wrong. Like I could not fathom why I could not fathom the math. And she was just
Yeah.
like, "Just do it."
Like, yeah, you're right. I should have known. I should have just been doing the math then. Thank you. That's the
But
problem.
she
I just
wouldn't help me. Like she wouldn't like offer to like help me do my homework or anything either. She was just like, "Oh well."
yeah, my dad did that too, where they'd be like, "There's a problem. Your kid's not like learning," and he's just like, "Okay, well, that's a them problem, I guess." Thank you.
Silent.
Um,
That's beautiful.
I want to believe that the poster says, "What would Jesus do?" But it's like a genuine question. Like, no, they want to know.
like really, what would Jesus do in this situation? I am so confused.
Please respond. There's a number on the bottom of the poster if you can tell me. Um, I'm actually shocked that my family wasn't as religious as it was because I spent 90% of my childhood raised in a Salvation Army setting, and I didn't
Mm.
like cultist or like super white.
That's all right. Those things are comparable.
But like, cause when living in Yellowknife, it was very indigenous in that, so I think that's what saved it. Is it couldn't really afford to be super cultist, racist, and whatnot, because not
Right.
everyone who was in there was white anyway. So but yeah, and then I remember my friend compared it. They're like, "You have like a Soviet depression, like sepia tone childhood," and it made me lose my mind because it was.
um, the Salvation Army here in town actually told me I'm not allowed to volunteer for them or donate to them because I'm trans.
Ugh.
I was like, "Oh, cool. Appreciate that, guys. Love that energy."
I remember I was in the Walmart, and like anytime we see the Salvation Army donation people around the holidays, I'm just like, they're just like, "Oh, like donate," and I'm like, "I'm sorry, I'm gay. You wouldn't want me anyway."
Oh my god. I
Like
almost
whatever.
walked off a cliff because of that.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, donate. Can't. Sorry, I'm gay.
Like they wouldn't want what I'm selling anyway.
Try to hold it together. Ah,
I
why did that kill me? Oh my god.
hate that I'm laughing.
Alright. I'm
I'm
okay.
sorry for hurting you.
I'm trying to keep it together. Woo! Oh my god. That was iconic.
We're out here.
Oh my god. Fucking end me.
Interact. Oh, right. Do you remember the one time I told you that I accidentally opened the door for a Jehovah's Witness and I had to stand there because I was too polite to close the door on them?
Yes.
It was so bad.
Oh my god. I remember that because I was like, you don't understand. I like get nasty with Jehovah's Witnesses.
Yeah, you were like, I would have just slammed the door, but I stood there and humored her for like an hour because I was like, oh my god, what do I do? And it was so awkward because she was like, oh, like, gave me a pamphlet about heaven or something. And I'm like, hey, I don't want to like ask about the terms and services about your religion, but like, you sure you want to be talking to me? I was saying as I was like, literally just minding my own business. And it was
The last, actually, they have stopped coming to my house, finally. Finally, they have stopped coming to my house. Because I didn't really like it. They come to my house constantly. Like, once a month, they'll do a fucking walk around our apartments to try and get somebody. And I'm just like, first off, nobody's moved in 1 month. Please stop. But
yeah,
also, why are you here in the first place? And finally, I was just like, I'm just gonna lay it out for you. I went to Catholic school growing up. I was abused horribly by Catholics, and I'm trans and mostly gay now. So, if that's the kind of thing that you want to come to your church and influence your children, please continue speaking to me. And they just left.
that's fair.
I was like, I
Um,
do not need that energy in my day. Like, I have tons of religious friends, and I am fine with their religions. They're respectful of my identity and not wanting to put up with that shit. So please fucking leave me alone.
yeah, they do be out here.
If,
The
if I had to pick a religion, I would pick the ancient Egyptian religion, and I would only pray to Anubis so that he could just fuck me up when I die.
You know what? That's fair.
Life is short. I don't have time. I need to have a lot of gold so that in the afterlife I can have a gold palace. I heard something. Oh, it was chickens. I was like, who the fuck spawned over here? It was chickens. I'm swearing a lot today. I apologize for that, chat.
I was also on that bandwagon. Forgive me.
I got on a very emotional topic for me about my
Yeah, we all.
trauma.
Yeah, and how you want to worship Egyptian Anubis.
I'm passionate about that. Oh, I didn't have any jetpack. Also, people have messaged me on Discord, and I'm not. I've totally checked out. Oh, it's just an update thing.
I was gonna say, to be fair, you are streaming.
Yeah. It was just Dream just dropped his 20 mil merch, and also apparently, he's going to be making fidget toys for his new merch line.
That's cool.
That is cool and very inclusive of him. Go Green Boy, go! I'll probably get a Dream fidget toy. I have tons. I have a whole. By the way, for my fun stream friends, I have a crate of fidget toys next to my desk because my ADHD is fucking awful.
Do they help?
They help.
Like, I.
Tell your mom to casually fight me.
Wait, why doesn't she let you buy merch? Probably is like, you just. Like, it's like going to the store, but you're just ordering something very specific.
Yeah.
The only reason I could get merch when I was a kid is because I was poor. My dad's like, you can't spend $60 on a shirt. I'm like, bitch, you do so anyway on yourself.
Hang on, wait, Fawn, I'm gonna make a pitch for your mom, okay? Because I understand that merch is like a questionable subject for some parents. But if you were going to buy merch, you should buy Dream merch, and I will tell you why. So also, if there are any people that don't like Dream, that's fine. You can have your own opinion. But you're wrong. And that's all. Don't argue with me about this. I won't I will not have that conversation with people. I don't have to defend the dude. He can defend himself. I'm a fan, not his fucking dad. All right. So, Dream merch. Dream does not use a contracted place like Redbubble or Streamlabs or anything like that. Dream has his own production facility where he hires his own workers to create everything that he sells, and he pays all of them a living wage, not minimum wage. All his merch is designed by someone that he personally pays. And I mean, some of it is like the very simple smile merch, and that's obviously the cheaper end stuff. But for literally every product that he makes, he pays someone to make it personally, and it's not like, oh, they go buy some like random shirts from like Hanes or something and just slap his logo on them. No, they hand make everything that he sells. His shirts, they actually have a Dream branding tag in them, not like a Hanes tag or anything like that. Is his stuff. If you're gonna buy from somebody like that who ethically sources all their stuff, all their materials, and has someone hand make all their merch personally.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I didn't know about that because I was gonna say I don't know because the Dream Smile merch made me vilified to him for a really long time.
Why?
Because I'm like, you're really selling that to kids for like $50 when I could literally shit on a shirt and probably produce a better design.
It's also, I mean, it is just his logo, but like the his shirt's $20. Chill out.
$20 for just like a basic ass shirt when it's like you could go to Walmart and get one that's probably fucking like cheaper and
Yeah, but
worse.
also the one from Walmart is made using child labor.
Well, it has to happen at some point.
What? All right, I can't help you anymore. But there's my pitch so that your mom will let you buy Dream merch. If you're gonna buy merch from somebody, it might as well be somebody who's doing like an actual good job being a producer of merch. Oh my god. You guys have been eating a lot. Maybe chill out, phosphor slimes.
They did produce a lot of plorts though.
They did. I mean, I appreciate it, but also, fuck, man. Now I gotta make all these walks back and forth.
Can you not collect the same plort in a different slot?
No, you can only collect one box of things at a time.
Oh, that's rancid.
Yeah, that's the only bad part where I'm just like, oh god. Because let's see how many more. Look, that's 2 more trips. Oh god. 4 trips with these boys. I guess I could pick up other plorts at the same time, but that's blasphemy.
That requires a little more effort.
Yeah. Yeah, so I hope you guys like my spiel about Dream merch. That was a fun thing for me to rant about because, man, I love ethically sourced material.
We are out here for ethically sourced material.
Yeah. We like a good ethically sourced shirt. Oh yeah, but I have Smile merch and I fucking love that they're it's tagless. I fucking hate tags on shirts. That's my hot take of the day. Tags on shirts, an abomination. Oh, I need to do drones. I need to do the slime science at all. I haven't done any slime science. Oh yeah, but I fucking hate tags on shirts, and if a shirt is tagless, it automatically is my favorite shirt.
Just did like the fucking caveman tactic of just pulling the tag off my shirt.
What? That's really
Well,
feral, dude.
well, because I'm like, oh, it's itchy. I don't like it. So I'll just, instead of getting scissors, because if you snip it wrong, then it's even scratcher. It's like a razor blade
Oh yeah, you
now.
can't cut them off. I mean, if you're gonna just like take them off, I guess you should just like rip them, but to not have them at all in the first place is the ideal form.
E-
I can say very safely that I have absolutely gone through every slime science thing that you can make in at least one. God damn it, it happened again. At least one of my playthroughs.
It absolutely cucked you.
And everyone should play Slime Rancher if you never have.
I've considered it.
It's worth it. It's fun. Slime Rancher's great. It's very relaxing, even if you like do stressful things in the game.
That's fair.
Oh my god, that's $10,000? Ugh, fine.
I remember this one time my dad went to a clothing thing, a drive, I think, and picked up some clothes for some reason. I don't remember why. I guess he thought we were too poor to like have extra shirts. And he oh no, he yeah, someone gave him a bag of clothing that they didn't want. And he was going through it and there was a creatures merch.
Oh,
Like do you yeah, and it was we found a Maverick shirt and a creature shirt and it made me
oh
lose.
man.
My dad's like, oh, and he's like, do you guys know what this is? And I started like going ballistic. Like you like you need to burn this but also keep it because it's both a relic and a disgrace to humanity.
You're like, we need to lock this up. Um, it's iconic, but also, no.
Yeah, we need to put it in a room like a tomb and like hermetically seal the door and then blow up the building, put it in a bunker, cover it with dirt, like literally everything because we had it for such a long time. Then I finally threw out both of the things because no one wanted, like, the Maverick shirt was for like a toddler, so I don't know why they gave that to us. I guess maybe, oh, I could have made Round Boy wear it. Dang it.
Alright, hang on. Fawn, I'm gonna show you my fucking sick Quicksilver Slime moves because I'm actually really good at that minigame.
Is there a mini game for Quicksilver?
For Quicksilver Slimes, yes.
I see.
Moshi talks a lot, man.
Mochi Miles. I'm sure she's saying very important things, but
She's just talking about how much money she has. Alright.
okay.
So, first things first, before you begin run the course, have an idea of where you want to go. Because you don't, unless you are like truly a master at this game, you don't really have time for making decisions. And part of the most important thing is make sure you have your jetpack upgraded, make sure you have your stamina upgraded, all that stuff. So when you do this, you need to run through as many of the rings as possible, which show up all over the map. And you can basically make 2 loops, and you should be able to get all the rings within the 2 loops. So every ring gives you additional time. If you so desire to not go through the rings, you don't have to, but it is going to shorten the amount of time that you get. Oh wait, there's a freaking thing up there. Hang on, I gotta do some sick parkour. Float me up. Thank you. The biggest thing is you need to get specific power-up types, and you can use those to maximize your efficiency by finding choke points in where the slimes run. I have the boomerang. There we go. Okay. So we're gonna run it. So ignore the slimes for the most part on your first go through. Just be running. Running, collecting stuff. You can recharge yourself. And you need to get the ideal power up to get is that. That right there is the bubble power up. Shoot the lads. They'll drop plorts for you. I'm sure you know that part at least. Hi guys, you guys are so bonky. And this is a choke point where all the slimes have to come through there. There's only one path they can take, and if they don't go that way, then they don't move. And that's gonna be your like ideal way to ensure that you get all the possible slimes. Here we go. Thunderclap. Okay. So this particular power-up, run so fast. My favorite power-up is the bubble power-up, where it puts a little slow bubble on the ground. Alright, we run up here. And Thunderclap is gonna, like, catch a bunch at the same time. So it'll catch the whole area. And then you can kind of just stand here and do this for a little while. You'll get some more. I say don't bother trying to be super accurate. Just aim for groups, because you can hit multiples with one shot. And you don't have to move until you run out of stuff. Which, if you did your rounds well, should take a little bit. And... aha! Easy.
Interesting.
And that's round over.
I feel that.
The way that it describes the game to you is very complicated, and it's not. It does not have to be complicated at all. It's super easy. They just like making it sound hard so that you feel like you have to like, I remember the first time that I ever did it, the way that it was described to me, I thought I had to chase the slimes around, and that was a horrible time.
Yeah, no doubt.
So I just got 85 of the plorts that I need for this adventure. That's over half of what I need for the first goal. Also, Mochi's goals kind of suck anyway, so don't like make that a priority for yourself. What you get from finishing her, like all of her missions, is a discount or an additional amount of plorts every now and then when you sell plorts to the plort market. It's not a lot. It's like 10% more or something, and then it goes to like double every now and then.
So is it worth it?
The thing that makes it worth it is not her like bonus to the money that you can get. It's this place, which I can't get into right now, but she has a garden for you, and it's like the nicest farm area in the entire game.
That's fair.
And I love it. So it's totally worth like finishing all of her stuff, but is this the one that I already did? Oh yeah, this is the one I already did. I need to do the other one. The big boy one. Here we go. Be entertaining. I can't entertain people while I do this.
Oh, starts fucking tap dancing. I like that there's mini games It makes it interesting, and like I was wondering if the game had time limits in that, but at least having the minigame kind of breaks it up. So if you're like, oh, I don't feel like running around and or slime ranching, you can just run around and catch these little bastards.
Yeah, okay, this is my favorite thing. The slow field. You just do that.
Oh, I see.
Because they're so fast.
I mean, they are
Quicksilver
boys.
slimes. Yeah, they're speedy boys, and sometimes you just gotta be like, hey, chill out. Also,
Yeah, I
this is
don't
my
know.
favorite choke point because everything comes together here on
Oh,
this
I was
one.
gonna say that was a pretty good bubble barrier you put up.
Thank you. Oh yeah, there is usually music, but I have the music turned off, and the music kind of tells you like how much time you have left.
Oh, I see. Round boy, why do you have to sleep under your toys like that? He wraps himself up in his fishing toys. I don't know why. He
He
just
says
thinks
they're his friends.
yeah. I do not want to play or attack them. I just want to cuddle them. They are my best friends.
Oh, I kind of fucked that up. That's fine.
Oh yeah, you kind of did, but you know what? We respect that decision.
Thank you. Oh yeah, also getting run over by them hurts, so
It's alarming. They just run you over.
they're so fast they can't tell where they're going or what they're doing.
Quicksilver hit and run.
I saw you guys spawn there. Oof. I love the I'm just like, yo, me too. Yeah, I think I'm almost out of time. 30 seconds. Oh yeah, on your gun, it tells you how much time you have left.
Oh, I just noticed that.
It's just kind of a lot to, like, look for when you're trying to do this. Sometimes
Yeah,
I'll, like, in the last, like, 30 seconds, if I don't have a power-up or something, I'll just, like, chase after them.
I mean that's fair.
Try to improve my shoot skills. Alright, and we'll just hang out right here.
I remember when I was looking at tips for
Give me that.
keeping aim in Overwatch, and this one guy's like, "Oh, if you're a console player, just turn your aim assist down and naturally learn how to shoot." But I'm like, "Hey, I don't think you understand why there's aim assist on a console. It fucking sucks to use."
Yeah, aiming on a console is a nightmare.
And I remember I turned down my aim assist and my accuracy, like my basic accuracy for sniper characters, went from 30% to 11, and I'm like, I hate you, tutorial guy.
Ooh. Oh yeah, she also she does give you a chicken coop upgrade. That's kind of fun.
Oh yeah, that
It
was good.
it gives your chickens a TV.
Why do they need a TV?
It's actually the TV is to attract the old chickens that have gotten so old they should be dead. And then it sucks them up
Oh my god.
and saves you space.
It's like you should be dead. Reaches in and fucking grabs you.
Iconic.
Those radioactive slimes are kind of funny.
I appreciate them. There's an achievement you can do where you have to stand inside of their radius for like 10 seconds. I'm just gonna put all these rad slime plorts on the floor.
Did you already get
Perfect.
that achievement?
I don't know if I have it on Steam. That's a good question.
I'm assuming you die quickly
Uh,
in there.
perhaps. It is like getting abducted by an ice cream truck. That's correct. Good job, Silent. I like that comparison.
That sounds horrific.
Well, you know. Old people like TV.
Which is weird because they hate every other technology, but when it's a TV, it's okay.
Oh yeah, Sam's parents are like that.
Oh god.
They like hate that he would like play games when he was younger. They're like, why don't you come watch TV with us? And they just watched that. Like literally, their only hobby was watching TV when he was younger.
Ugh.
He was just like, please.
Why are you engaging in an activity that actually, like, does something instead of just sitting on a chair with people you barely like? Because that was, like, one thing where my dad's always like, why don't you do things with me? Like, spend time with me. It's like, that would require me to like you. One. Two. I don't know, shut up, pay me. If you want my fucking time, pay me.
Okay.
Because then when I hang out with him, it's like, that moment where it's like, only do what he wants to do, and it's impossible to have a conversation with him because he has, like, dementia or something, so none of the conversation topics I bring up with him are going to last, because he'll
Oh,
change it he wants to talk about.
yeah. You're just
So I'm
like,
like, oh,
cool.
because I'll be like, oh, I was, like, you're watching this? Oh, let me talk about that, and I'll, like, bring up a very specific topic, and he'll go, "Oh yeah," and then he'll just change it, and it's completely unrelated. And I'm like, "What? Why do you say 'oh yeah' as if you're gonna continue what I'm talking about and then fucking add on to something I don't care about?" Like he'll talk about the weather, and I'm like, "I am currently 22 years old. Why do you think I give a shit about the weather?"
You're like, it could be a thunderstorm outside. I could get struck by lightning. I'm still going out there if I want to go out there.
Yeah, because it's just like, "Oh, haha, it rained a lot yesterday," and I'm like, "So this is it." This is the fucking special spending time with you I've been missing out on. Just fucking
You're just
talking
like,
about
as a zillennial, I don't believe in weather.
weather's not real. I haven't been outside in 3 months. You think I care about whether or not it's raining or not? Think I've left my property? It did rain a lot yesterday. Yesterday though, it was alarming. There was like a thunderstorm.
I want it to actually rain here. It just keeps like doing that gross half rain, half snow garbage.
Yeah, I hate that. Like, commit to either one or the other.
Yeah, like just make a commitment. Come on, game. Game. Weather.
Gamer that, like, weather is now a gamer concept too.
Come on, gamer. Let's just get our shit together, okay?
When it's storm, it's a real fucking pog moment, am I right?
Why do people listen to us talk?
I don't know. Why do you invite me to fucking hang? Because it's like, why do you like hearing me talk? And you're like, why? Why am I talking?
Listen, I enjoy your company so much. Also, why does anybody hang out to listen to us say the shit that we say?
It's fair. I can appreciate that sentiment. I mean, it's kind of like when you watch, like, I'd assume it's like the car crash effect where you can't look away because it's like such a fucking mess. You're like, what is going on? It's kind of like when your animal's doing something weird and you keep staring and you don't want to stop it, but you don't want it to keep doing that. Or at least that's a problem that I have with my cat, where he does really weird things. Aren't alarming at first, but they're suspicious, and I'm like, what are you doing? Stop that.
I also feel that way, but I wanna take a moment to deeply appreciate Silent and Fawn for telling us that they enjoy us.
I know.
Absolute fucking units.
He like screen caps that in the chat and puts in a heart locket.
I'm gonna get I'm gonna screenshot that and I'm gonna make a printout of it and stick it on my computer.
Hell yeah. Just get like a cork board and put all the nice messages.
You know that, the Do It For Her Homer Simpson thing with all the pictures?
Yeah.
I'm gonna find a Do It For Them one, and I'm just gonna fill it in with pictures of Silent and Fawn's comments.
I'm gonna screenshot and pin up every time someone insults me. I hope that it gets to the day where if anyone says something mean to me, I'll pin it up and be like, thank you. Hall of Fame. Actually, no, I'm not gonna call it the Hall of Fame. I'm gonna call it the Hall of Lame.
Hang on, I need silence for a moment. I was about to start busting out again because I thought about the thing that happened earlier.
Uh-oh. Let's just start fucking losing your mind. You okay?
I just, yep.
You sound like you're on the brink of death.
I was just like, oh man, I really appreciate Fawn and Silent being such good fans, good friends, love them, so happy they're here. And my brain was like, oh hey, we need to go to the store eventually soon because it should be like Girl Scout cookie time yet again very shortly. And I was like, oh hell yeah, Girl Scout cookie time. And all I thought about was like, oh man, Girl Scouts outside the grocery store, what a good time, love cookies. And then my brain was like, those motherfuckers from the Salvation Army ringing their goddamn bells around Christmas. And then, then my brain was just like, can't donate them, K.
I'm so sorry.
I'm gonna die. And now I'm gonna see the self. Like, I'm gonna forget about this eventually, because that's how ADHD works. But Christmas is gonna come. And I'm gonna go to the store and I'm gonna see the Salvation Army person and I'm just gonna die, like, on contact. Just immediately fall out laughing and they're gonna be like, what's wrong? And I'm just gonna be like, I can't donate, I'm gay.
Oh my god.
It's gonna kill me, it's gonna kill them.
It's just immediate, like, AoE effect.
You got-
Instant damage to everyone around.
They just knocked a bunch of my Kukadobas into the water.
The bastards, no.
What the fuck, guys?
That was extremely rude. Like, probably the rudest thing I've seen yet in this game.
Yeah, I'm like floored. That sobered me so fast.
Yeah, I immediately went from, like, a happy face to a, like, fucking deep fried, contrasted. Like, did not, like, not funny, didn't laugh.
God damn it. Get out of here, you guys. No, my Kukadoba. Okay, that one landed safely.
Grabs him by the throat.
Did it not land safely? No! They...
Kill him.
This is why I hate slimes.
First you lolled, but then you serious. I have never ever said lol, like, when I was like, out loud, but I ironically find it so fucking funny when I hear someone say lol or lolled. And it's like with the seeing a Facebook like impact font, like top text, bottom text meme. Like, I will instantly die if you show me one that is like unironic. Like, fishing is the best thing in the world. Am I right, men?
Oh
And
my
it could be
god.
by like a 30-year-old man, and if you showed me it, it would probably actually kill me.
I love those because it shows that like here's my thought process whenever I see one of those. I have to describe it to you because it happens very quickly in my brain, but I know that the thought process I have is hilarious. So basically, I see one of those memes and I'm just like, wow, what a fucking loser. Except I know for a fact that like the reason that that exists is because some like old person, like the original person to do that was some like old dude who was trying to bond with his like grandkids or some shit, and he tried to make a meme, and it was a horrible, but you know that his like grandkids posted it because they like appreciate him or something, or he posted it on Facebook and everybody told him it was really good, all of his other old people friends, and it just immediately murders me because I just imagine a bunch of like 60-year-old dudes like gathered around some coffee at their like breakfast meetup that they always have, because old dudes always have a breakfast meetup. I know because my grandfather took me to his, and they just like, oh man, my I made this meme.
It's
My
epic.
grandson showed me how to make memes, and I just
This
love that.
I almost fucking like I was trying not to laugh, but then I almost muted myself and was like laughing, almost fucking vomited because of stupid golf ball. Like, oh, I was choking so hard. Fucking hate it. Ugh,
Old people on the internet.
like that is too powerful. I also like the Facebook thing because I haven't been on Facebook for a while, but the one where you can put a background like a splash, fucking like
Oh,
and then you write on it. And then there's like the ones that are like people writing really serious statuses, but they pick the wrong background, so it'll be like the laughing and crying emoji like rolling down on a very vibrant background, and then they'll write like my grandkid got sick and I'm my like husband's dead. And then there's like the laughing and crying emoji everywhere, and it
I
fucking kills
fucking love those.
me.
Oh
Like,
my
why did you write
god.
that? That's not what it's for. Or when they mix up words and are like, oh, like lots of love, so I'll put lol after a really serious thing.
Oh my god.
It's just like, oh yeah, like grandma's not doing good, lol, and that fucking scares me every time. It's like, I'm so sorry, but why would you think that was appropriate to write?
I laughed so much in this stream that my brain hurts. Also, the
Okay.
wind is like insane right now.
Oh.
Just rocked my house. What's up with
I'm
that
not
shit?
the type of person to really get alarmed when it comes to like storms and whatnot, but if your house shakes, I am immediately alarmed. Because I
I'm
remember
not
one
super worried about it, but also I'm just like, man, I really hope that nobody like accidentally lights something on fire, because then that's gonna be my problem all of a sudden.
yeah.
That's usually like all of the weather here is just like, oh, the wind is horrible. Okay, it's fine. It's probably just a dust storm. And then somebody lights something on fire, and you're just like, oh, great. So now the whole city's gonna die. And there
Really.
is no in between. It just be that way. I see that fucking Kukadoba over there. How do I get to him?
I remember this one time my neighbor in like this one house we lived in, he lit his grass on fire, but he wasn't monitoring it, so it started spreading at an alarming rate, and the entire backyard was on fire, and it was like the point where our backyards were merged. So
Mm.
fire was my fire now. And I like looked outside the window and Rory was like, "What's that? Why is it orange out there?" And I like looked, I'm like, there's a fire truck." And I'm like, "Hmm." And then my dad was just like, "We should probably get out of the house maybe. And I made the executive decision to not to do that because I'm like, it'll if I die, I die. You know? Maybe this was natural selection coming for me, and I'm like, it's fine. I'm like, make sure the cats are out of the house, but I'm not getting out. I'll guard the house.
You're like, it'll be chill. Don't worry about it.
They managed the fire though. It wasn't like crazy, but they did need a fire truck to just spray the lawn, and it was really funny. I'm like, why would you do that? Like, just cut your grass like a normal human being.
Wait, he was doing it to cut his grass?
There was no reason for him to be burning it. It was just like a lawn. So I'm like, what were you burning, dude?
What the?
Because like it was just a. Because I understand if you were trying to clear a field or some shit, but like it was just a normal backyard. So I'm like, yeah, what are you burning back there, dude? There was nothing but grass.
That's really feral. I'm very concerned about that man. I want to. Can somebody check in on him?
No one checked it. He's probably ashes by now. Like it's been several years. I'm sure he's gone and done it and burned his entire house down.
You're like, oh no, he's probably gone now. Like,
yeah, he's probably returned to the fucking earth. He's cremated himself. But like, arson and fires in general are really common here. So like, I wouldn't be shocked. It's really weird. Because I remember my landlord's house burnt down, and he just was like, yeah, that happens. And I'm like, what do you mean that happens?
You're like, I'm immediately alarmed. Your minimap just goes completely red.
Well, yeah, because like, that's a tragedy. And like, there was like a lot of bad things that came with that fire. Like, it wasn't just at his house burned down. He like lost a loved one to that fire, and he was just okay with that. And I'm like, did you do something, sir? Like, immediately gets a concern. I'm like, get away from me. He's just like, oh, it happens. Like, yeah, I guess if you live in GTA.
Like, you were too accepting of this bad future.
This calamity upon your life. Like, this isn't like a free-for-all battle royale. You can't just pick people off with house fires and act like that's okay.
What if you could, though? Be real spicy.
Right. Spicy in like every way possible.
Oh yeah, now we got big farms.
An even bigger farm. I'm glad those trees just like materialize. I like that.
Yeah, that's the magic of Ogden's rad shit.
Like that. It's just like whenever house fire on stream, it's like toasted and roasted, crispy.
You know, I just had a thought. I had this thought because I thought of something we talked about earlier. When I do my sick Lego stream, I'll show you guys all of the fidgety objects that I recommend when you're in class.
Ooh.
Because I'm very good at knowing what things are the correct percent of distraction.
Well, yeah, because I remember schools banning fidget toys.
They'd banned fidget spinners for the most part. Like, some schools will be like, we're banning everything, but I will tell you something fun. If you have a diagnosed problem of any kind, like ADHD or something like that, the school has to let you bring a fidget object with you. They do not have a choice. It is against ADA for them to tell you that you can't bring something that helps you do your classwork.
Okay. Yeah, so just go legal on them.
Yeah, for real. I mean, do it. If you really, like, need it to function, because I know I did, and I used to get, yelled at for having paper in class just to, like, draw on so that I could think while the teacher was talking. Like, I would absolutely go ballistic if they, like, banned me from having something that made me focus. Because I would fail my classes. I would fail so fast. Yeah, I will show you. And like sometimes the school may ask, like they may ask to like see them to approve that they're acceptable, but basically 99% of the fidget things that I have are silent. So they are safe for learning environments.
Oh yeah.
They can't say you're destructive if there is no noise.
That is true. '90s kids. Fidget toys were just tech decks.
I had a tech deck I would take to school.
I told you.
I mean,
Old.
I wasn't saying you were wrong.
I remember just seeing every guy in my class with a tech deck.
Tech decks were sick. You're telling me that you wouldn't have a sick skateboard for your fingers?
I never had one, but I did respect them.
I was a big fan of tech decks, mostly because I actually did like skateboard a bit, and I could get ones that matched my skateboard.
I remember this one guy in my class. He was my best friend's brother, and he used to like pick at me and bully me, and then I was his secret Santa, and I got him a tech deck, and then he got a crush on me after that. And then I was just like, wow, that sucks because not only do I not like you, but I also don't like you. But here's a tech deck, leave me alone.
You're just like, I gave you the tech deck, what more do you want from me?
Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry. Like, here's this epic little tiny skateboard, and it was a cool one too because I was looking at them like I'm not well versed in the art of tech deck, but this one looks pretty rad. Here you go. Even though you made some of my class life hell, but at least I basically Pavloved him into liking me, so he stopped bullying me.
That's a way to do it. My method now for when like a boss doesn't like me or coworker doesn't like me or something is I just bring them food.
Just bribe them.
Yeah, what are they gonna say? Fuck you, I hate your food? No, my food's delicious.
I mean, he's very wise. I'm the type of person who doesn't like. I always feel bad because if someone is very nice to me, I'm nice to them, but like, I'm not a conversationalist. So if someone's like, oh, how are you in that? I'm kind of like not the type to stand there, and I'm not afraid of being like, sorry, I have to go. Like, I don't have time to talk. But I remember my dad's the type of person who gets genuinely offended if you don't have the time to talk to him, and it's like, oh my god.
Oh, I know too many adults like that.
Yeah, and it makes me really anxious because I never do it rudely. Like, I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm running out of time. Like, I'll talk to you like literally any other time, but not now. Or I'll be like, oh, like, like, hi, how are you? Okay, I gotta go. But if you're just like, he'll be like, good morning, and someone will just like look at him and like not say anything. Like, they'll acknowledge him, but they won't stop or even say it back. He'll be like, they didn't say it back to me. What the hell? I'm like, Dad, they're a stranger. They don't care about you. Fucking relax, dude.
That man is like he was 100% sure that all areas are PvP enabled.
Yeah, I mean, might as well. He just automatically got stuck set in like aggro phase.
We have a decorizer now.
What's that?
It holds all the decorations that I collect,
Hell yeah, dude.
which are floating ornaments and orbs.
How do you get decorations?
You find them.
Oh, right.
Wow, this wind is kind of feral right now, actually.
Also, one thing is Rory's really androgynous and like vibes with that. And it's really funny to like watch, but it offends my dad so much. Cause he like tries to justify every reason why people like look at Rory and are just like, hey buddy, like hey son, and, and Rory's just sitting there smiling and beaming like hi.
Like,
And then
yes,
like
absolutely, please.
yeah, and then like one time Rory was waiting for me when I was in a therapy session, and they were in the lobby, and this guy sat next to them and was like, "What are you playing there, son?" And Rory's like, "Smash." And he's like, "Oh, that's cool." And he's like, "My son plays that too." And Rory was like so happy, and then came home and they were like, "So yeah, this dude called me son." And my dad's like, "Everyone calls everyone son here." And I'm like, "No, they
No,
don't.
they don't.
Why would you call like this like a grown woman's son if you met one?" Like, because he was just like, "Oh, that's just something someone says." Like, here people say bud or buddy, but like he's just like everyone says son, and I'm like, yeah, but like Rory literally is out here.
You don't
I've
just
never,
like call a random child son.
yeah, like
Nobody
I
does
don't.
that.
Because if someone called me son, I'd be like, because to be fair, I call people son, but I specifically call older men son just out of like condescension. So I'm like, what are you doing there, son?
All right, that's different. Also, Silent, that's exceptionally cursed. I cannot believe you've said this in my house. Like,
Oh, I
how
do that in.
dare you?
Well, to be fair, if you're playing a game that has literally like a lot of open like action to it, I did that with one game. I can't remember what, but it let you beat it early, and I ended up doing that because I'm very goal oriented. So I'm like, okay, just do all the main stuff, and then I'm like, that was it. But it turned out there was so much side stuff that I just didn't wander, and I'm like, oh,
Like, oh, I'm Boo Boo the Fool. Got it.
yeah, I'm like Bobo the dumb fucking idiot.
Jesus Christ. I just called you a fool. And you really just went for your own heart there.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be genuine if I didn't absolutely go in and decapitate my ego.
Alright, there we go. We got stuff growing. Remove.
I need to. That reminds me, I have like a bunch of games that I haven't completed, but alas, poor Yorick.
There are some carrots there for now. I understand. I have
You
a
know what?
huge backlog and I'm just never going to finish it. I won't. I'm a loser.
Just I won't. You're adamant.
I can't do it.
If you need farming sims, there's a one game I'm playing. It's the Steam version is better than the console one because they haven't updated the console one. But My Time at Portia, have you heard of that?
I have heard about that. I was gonna
It
add that to my potential list.
I had it on the Switch, but then I made the mistake of having it on the Switch because they haven't updated in a while, but I like it. It's fun.
It's just like, I have it on the Switch, and that was a terrible mistake. God damn it. That was a terrible mistake, but all the same. You know what? We should finish the Glass Desert real fast so that I can do the thing.
What do you need to do then?
So we can get so we can get Hobson's gold plort collection. Oh, Fawn. Fawn.
I'm assuming that's not a good decision.
Oh God, Ark. Have you heard anything about Ark?
I think I heard like I was going to get it, but then I think you told me not to.
Oh yeah, because you were gonna get it for console.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do that. I have an Ark server, and Ark is a nightmare. And like, it's so graphic intense for no fucking reason because the game has like no content. It's like Minecraft, except all you're allowed to do is tame dinosaurs.
I see.
And all like a lot it's basically a game where they were like, "Oh, you make your own fun.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
We don't give you goals. You just like there's like hugely monstrously sized goals to complete where you have to beat these like alpha creatures, and they're like a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But that's like the end goal. And then you have to upload your character so you can go to another map. And you just
Oh,
keep doing this on every map forever.
I see. At least it was you bought it on sale though. Fun. I wouldn't feel that bad. I'd feel horrible if I bought it full price.
You know
Because
what
I've
makes me feel like garbage?
what?
I bought mine as early access on Steam,
Oh,
and I regret ever giving them money.
I feel that.
They didn't deserve it. Also, yeah, I've never defeated like the final. Oh, I've done this. I've never defeated anybody in the game to the end.
Oh my god, you poor bastard. You just fell into the water and accepted your death.
I did. I could have saved myself too, but I was too dumb.
I'm so sorry.
I feel like there's a faster way. Something like feral in my brain is telling me that there's a faster way. How do I... my map? That's not my map. Map? No. Map? Map. Yeah, there really isn't a faster way over there. I hate myself.
Poor person.
Yeah, the arc is like their lore is so interesting. It's fantastically written, and the entire like story of the world is really cool. That is conveyed through unreadable notes that are basically done in fucking chicken scratch.
I love when games do that.
And you're like, "Oh, I don't know what's going on." And you have to find those notes. Like, there's no indication that they exist. You have to, like, get lucky and find them. It's honestly horrible. Apparently, Arc 2 is supposed to have some, like, better enhancement of the lore.
Oh, there's gonna be another one.
Yeah, there's also an animated series coming, and something else. What was the other thing? And a movie, I think.
People liked Ark that much.
No, that's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. There's a famous picture of a Steam review, okay, where it says thumbs down and like 10,000 hours played. That was an Arc review.
Oh my god.
People fucking hate this game, but it's addictive. Like, it's horrible. It's a terrible game. The mechanics are bad, the game is bad, everything about it is bad. The only thing that makes the game good is playing on a server that you have modified yourself to have ideal, like, percentages on drops and things, because their version, like the base game, is trash. They have no idea how to balance a game. So you have to, like, self-balance it, and then it's acceptable to play.
That's how I feel when I played Fallout 4, where I didn't like I was playing it not because I enjoyed it, but because it was addictive to play.
Yeah, that's like this game is super addictive because it does that like the Fortnite thing where there's like small rewards, like if you tame something, you're like, oh hell yeah, I did it. But also to defeat one monster, you base like so let's say I want to defeat the let's go with the alpha spider boss. It's just a giant fucking spider. I basically have to have a team of like 30 dinosaurs that I'm willing to let die. And they have to be like significantly powerful and everything and be like super high leveled, and I worked on them really hard. And then you have to just kill them in order to fucking finish that. Yeah, and the tames, like Silent just said, sometimes it would take like hours. So unless you change the taming settings in the server yourself and like set up your own thing, you would just be sitting there for hours.
What the hell?
And if you turn the game off and it tamed while you were away, or like you were gone, it could die while you were gone.
Oh god.
A random like feral creature could just come and kill whatever you were taming for no fucking reason.
Yeah, that would be infuriating. I'd also lose my mind.
I was pretty livid by the time I was like, I'm done with this game, and I still have an Ark server, and I still could play on it, but I won't.
That's fair.
I'm gonna cancel the Ark server, just pay for Minecraft.
Dark times.
Oh, the spooky music for the Glass Desert isn't happening right now because I have the music turned off, but normally it would be threatening me right now.
Well, yeah, I don't like waiting in games sometimes. It's like, I bought this game with my money, don't make me wait for shit. I'm playing it to pass time, not to create more time for me to wait for it.
Yes. That's actually part of why I don't like, dang it, what is it called? There's a Fallout, like, God.
Hello, Aztec.
Hi, Aztec. Go eat your
Take your
dinner,
time.
Silent. I hope it's good dinner. Oh, Fallout Shelter. It's a mobile game, but like
Yeah.
it's supposed to be good, and I hate it.
Wait, so when you say supposed to be good, do you mean like people say good things about it and you don't agree, or do you?
No, it has amazing potential. However, the like it's super fast at the beginning, like everything's super fast paced, and then you just
Yeah.
like hit a rock and you
Yeah.
can't do anything or go anywhere, and it's just awful, and you have to like wait for everything to happen at a snail's pace.
I feel like I've hit that too because I play it, but I got to a point where I just didn't want to do anything because I had to wait so long.
Yeah. And I'm just like, I don't like, I play mobile games when I have time available to play them. It's not like I sit down to just play them. So I don't really have time to like wait around in hopes that I'll eventually get the opportunity to do something with that game. It drives me absolutely up a freaking wall.
Yeah, I got to the point where I put myself in a purgatory loop because I don't want to level up to like deal with death claws and that, but I am sitting at like a 40 population with like power armor on everything, and I'm like, do I even want to do anything now?
Yeah. I'm just like, I have like really huge problems to deal with that I would have to like grind out, and I'm not here for the grind.
This grind is rancid.
The reward for grinding has to be like pretty significant for me to keep on it.
Well, yeah, because I don't like mobile games most of the time because they don't give a good enough reward for wasting time. And I fall into that problem a lot where I'll do something or I'll watch an ad and it's like, here's 1 coin. And I'm like, punches them in the throat. Like, thanks for making me wait 1 hour in your garbage ad or activity.
That I feel that way about MOBAs like League of Legends and stuff.
Yeah, that too.
Because like you have to grind it's basically like a mini grind for every match that you play, and then you have to reset everything and do the exact same fucking grind for the next one. I'm just
Yeah.
like, it's just grind simulator. I can just get a McDonald's job and I'll experience that.
Yeah, exactly. Or when they just give out like really like boring rewards. Because I was playing Heroes of the Storm at one point because Rory convinced me, and like the reward system was very because I'm like, this game has to be fun enough for me to play 20 matches to get like 1 coin for a loot box,
Yeah.
one thing. So there was a lot of times where I just play the game drunk because that's the only state I could be in. And and Rory hated that because, when I'm drunk I laugh way too much over nothing. So I saw a gnome on the screen and it knocked me out basically and like, please.
And Rory was just like, all right, you can stop playing.
Yeah, I saw Chromie once and it ended my life. Yeah, I feel that, Aztec. I love when a game like it's just like, oh yeah, there's ads, but don't worry. And then you do one action and every action has an ad after it. It's like, stop.
That's I'll like see those like stupid mobile ads where it's like a puzzle game or something, and I love puzzle games because I have big brain.
You,
So I'll be like, "Oh man, that looks like kind of a fun puzzle actually. I think I could get behind that." And I'll download it and I'll play it for like a couple minutes, and literally like every time you finish a puzzle, it's just like, "Here's another ad." And I'm just like, "Please, please, I just
feel,
want to do the puzzles."
I feel that.
Just crushes your spirit.
Because that was like what happened when I played a crossword puzzle game. Because I like those because I'm 90 years old mentally. And like word searches and crossword puzzles. And I remember every time I did something, like every 5 minutes, it'd be like, here's an ad. I'm like, stop. Like, I'm going to attack you, developer.
They do that all the time, and I'm just like, I don't need all these ads, man.
And the the funny thing was, is the crossword thing I was doing, um, their prompts were very vague and confusing because normally they're trying to convey something that you have to guess. But like, how does the word horse in brackets showed fear convey anything to me? Like, I didn't know what that meant. I'm just like, why is the horse showing fear? What does that mean? What do I use with that information? And it was like a specific word that I'm not a horse trainer or a horse person, so I didn't know there was a specific word for that. I had to Google it, and then it made me laugh. So now I'll just be like something, and it's like showed fear.
All right, you're a fool. I can't do crossword. I've realized I used to think that I was really smart with words, and then I tried to do like the new crossword puzzles, and I was just like, oh, I'm actually dumb.
I like the ones that are in books, like natural, and not like online ones, because those tap into stupid ass levels of knowledge that no normal human knows, like horse fear. But yeah, I'll like literally go into like a Shoppers Drug Mart and buy like this thing that an old person would buy, and I'm like, hi, I have OCD. I need something to distract me.
Like my mental fortitude is getting shot right now.
Please, I'm not here for medicine in this Shoppers Drug Mart. I'm here for your crossword puzzles.
it's the cure that ails me.
A cure-all potion. It's a $3 fucking book that's been here for 20 years.
My primary game type has become, I used to be puzzles. Like that used to be most of what I did. Like I was a Professor Layton fiend.
Ah,
And now I also am just an RPG shooter, lazy farmer simulator. It's like easy games, please. I need no thought, no thoughts, head empty.
yeah. I never liked puzzle games when I was younger because I'm like, I don't want to think when I play games. Because I already do that anyway. Like, I thought too much where I'm like, I don't need to utilize that ever. And, I would just like, uh, literally anything at that point. But now I'm a management type where I'm like, I won't play a puzzle game, but if you give me a management simulator, I'll do it poorly, but I'll feel like I'm doing something.
It
And
gives
by
you a
poorly,
false sense of security.
well, yeah, because I'm like, I have everything under control, but then it's like, your production value's gone down 100% because you keep deleting things to readjust them because you don't like the placement of it and you wasted all your money. And I'm like, listen, I had to recolor a building because it would bug me if I didn't. If I blew 50 grand on all of the buildings being painted a certain color, like, shoot me. I'm a horrible CEO. My company's failing.
I'm gonna have like we're gonna have to do like a merch meeting at some point in the future, and there's gonna be like one piece of merch that just like absolutely boils your turnips for some stupid reason, and I'm gonna be like, well, we can't have this.
It's gonna absolutely stir my fucking pasta, and then I'm gonna be Dude, this one shirt that has like this color scheme that doesn't really like work with me. It's mowing my lawn here, dude. It's absolutely folding my laundry. I can't stand it.
It's organized my silverware.
It set my table. I can't look at it.
God damn it, I'm in a dangerous situation. Okay.
Sorry.
Oh my god.
Fucking swept my floor.
Why am I so weak today? I'm just too tired.
That's fair.
My brain is like fuzz, and so everything's hilarious, and it's really taking a lot of energy. Like, I'm actually getting tired, like, more tired, because I have to, like, contain myself.
You have to make sure you use all of your fucking energy and dedicate time to not dying.
Oh man,
Because I'm
it's so
saying
funny.
a basic sentence and you're just like fucking wheezing and slamming your fist on the table.
I have to get used to it because Sam does this thing where like he's funny all the time anyway, but when he gets like in front of an audience, even if the audience is not able to be perceived by him, all of a sudden he's just a fucking comedic genius. And he won't stop, and you're gonna fucking like cry alligator tears laughing at his fucking jokes. So I have to like mentally prepare for Wednesday when that happens. And I inevitably die. Alright, fuck that crap. The phase lemons in there.
Please, lemon. Oh, did you get them?
Yeah, I actually got lucky and some dropped from a crate that I broke.
Oof, I'm sorry you have to deal with that Aztec. I hate that it got so warm out already.
I know, it was so nice, and now it's boiling me alive. It's too hot outside, too gross.
One thing I hate is like, you know, like the stereotypical like thermostat thing that like dads turn the thermostat into a PvP enabled zone.
Yes.
Like my dad is the only person in the house who likes hot, like temperature. So everyone else is fine without it, but he'll literally turn on the heat and make the house an oven, and it makes everyone aggroed, and it kills the man. It kills everyone actually. Cause I remember the other day I woke up sweating and like one thing with like my one of my issues is that anything that makes me prone to being irritated can basically ruin my entire mood for the day if I'm not careful.
Me too. That's a part of my fucking like ADHD. If one thing is wrong, I will
Yeah.
become immediately aggroed for the rest of the time that I exist.
Yeah, so like if I'm upset, I'm very confrontational or like prone to conflict, so I have to solve it immediately. So I woke up and I'm like, I feel disgusting. I need to fix this. And I was looking around. I'm like, it's 11 degrees outside. Why is the heat on? And 11's like early, like late spring weather. So there's no reason heat should be on.
Restart's Canadian.
Yeah.
That's some Celsius shit right there for you Americans.
So to me, 11 degrees Celsius is late spring, like good weather. Like you wouldn't wear a coat in that, you'd wear a sweater.
Yeah, but it's warm.
Yeah, so like the heat was on, and I'm like, what the hell? And the heat was only on the heater next to my room. So it wasn't like a whole house ordeal. It was like he turned on the heat that was next to my room and boiled me alive. And I'm like, why did you do that? And I told him, I'm like, Dad, why was the heater on? He's like, oh, I guess I forgot to turn it off. I'm like, that was an orchestrated like attempt to kill me. I know it. Like, okay, you happened to accidentally, quote unquote, like leave the thermostat on 11 degrees, specifically next to my room.
By the one
Like,
child you know would murder you.
yeah, he just should have just thrown a Molotov into my room too while he's at it.
Yeah, it's like mid 60s to 70s for us in the US of the A.
Yeah, so that's already like I'd assume you wouldn't turn heat on in that. But
No, we usually leave it. My house stays at like 70 inside at most.
yeah. And I'm the type of dumbass where I'm so fine with the cold where I will be shaking from cold and I'll still be like, no, I'm good, I'll just put a blanket on.
That's what I
And
do. I'm just like, no, I would rather it be cold. Like
yeah,
the
sounds
summer
like
drives me insane because like my electric bill is painful.
yeah. Because it gets so warm.
I
And
also live in a desert and it tops out at like 120 here.
oof. So yeah, I'll be shaking, I'll get like fucking arthritis from the cold, my bones will break, and I'll just be like, no, this is good, dude. Because he'll be like, you look cold. Do you want me to turn on the heat? But then I'm like, the heat means I might be. You'll crank it, and then I'll be uncomfortable. I'd rather just freeze to death. Thank
Right.
you.
I would rather be cold than hot any day.
And that's what happens when you live in the most like northmost part of Canada for like your most childhood, where you would have to walk to school in below freezing.
My
I don't
Polish ancestors require that I live in the chill.
the chill zone. Let me try and convert the coldest I've walked in to Fahrenheit.
Um,
And this is normal. Like school was open. Uh,
oh yeah, I understand. Look, Colorado, they don't close schools for any weather. They're just like, oh, a blizzard? Good luck.
wait, does it not convert minus to Fahrenheit? Or does it?
It should.
Okay, so it's saying negative 40 Celsius is negative 40 Fahrenheit?
That doesn't sound right.
No, it doesn't. So it's like, what? Oh wait, no, 32 is... No, that's 0 Celsius, okay, so...
Yeah, negative 32 is 0 Celsius. I know that.
Yeah, so...
Because that's
If
the
that's
the freezing point of water.
then what? If I put this in here... Okay, I'll just have to type in Fahrenheit now. Okay, that's a whole other debacle. But, minus 40 Celsius is like, shit you die in. And if you aren't, like, it's stuff if you didn't wear gloves, you would get frostbite, or, if you didn't wear a scarf, your lungs would freeze type of cold. And when I was like 5, I remember walking to school in that and being like, is it safe to walk in this? My dad's like, yeah, the schools are open, they say it's safe. And I remember this one teacher, she had a fur coat, and all the students would hug her. So we were all like penguin, like huddled around this one teacher and hugging her to stay warm. And it's like, why would you kids sit out in the...
I just looked it up. Apparently it is negative 40 Celsius, but that doesn't sound right, so I don't believe it.
Yeah, it doesn't sound right, but it says that, so
I think it's lying.
Google lie to me, I guess.
I'll like manually do the math eventually.
14 baguettes stuffed into the freezer. What do? I guess you eat them at one point? The baguette will be...
Alright, let me tell you what you do. You take the baguette out, you take one baguette out. You place it on your counter so that it defrosts. Let it defrost to like almost unfrozen. Get a bread knife, a real good serrated bread knife. Slice them very thin, like less than an inch, maybe like a quarter inch, half inch at the most. You put all of those on a tray. You then put the whole tray in the oven, like sprinkled with some olive oil and some salt and pepper. Do that before you put them in the oven, obviously. And you're gonna bake them at a low temperature until they're toasted. All right, that's the first step. You put those off to the side. You now have crostinis. Now you're gonna go to your fridge. You're gonna get a tomato, maybe 2 tomatoes, depending on how many crostinis you made. I don't know what size your baguettes are. You're gonna take some garlic. You're gonna take an onion, all your tomatoes that you found. You're gonna get maybe some like spinach if you're feeling spicy. You can get some pepper too. You're gonna chop all that up into a fine dice, alright? Real fine. Maybe some lentils. If you're feeling spicy, you can make boil some lentils so they're soft. Put that in there too. Add some spices, some salt, some pepper, some olive oil. Mix that all together real nice. And then you put the tomato stuff on the crostinis and you eat it. Bam. It's called bruschetta.
Oh, so that's and eat that. You can do that too. That's mine. Toppings optional, I guess, because I forgot to mention what I put on my toast. So if you're feeling extra spicy, you could decide to put something on that bland Wonder Bread toast that you've made.
Bruschetta is one of my favorite things to make, and I'm really sad because the amount of people that know how to make baguettes in this town is almost none. I'm one of them, and I don't have enough space to make baguettes in my house.
That's fair. Did you ever have a phase when you were a kid where you made a really abhorrent type of sandwich and used to eat that and think that was normal?
Not a really abhorrent type of sandwich, but I did used to just take a pickle, wrap it in a slice of cheese and a slice of turkey, and eat that.
Oh my god! Okay, my friend Danica, she told me that she used to call something a pickle sandwich, where she'd take ham or something and wrap a pickle with it, and then eat it and call it that. And she's like, I don't know anyone who does that, but like, that was the first time I heard that too, but you also did it, so you guys like tapped into the same, like, brain cell with that one. Holy shit.
Another fun thing to do is to take a bell pepper and cut it in half and like core it out, and you just stuff that with meat and cheese and eat it like a sandwich.
Also, hello, new person.
Oh, hello. Welcome.
Um, when I was a kid, it wasn't abhorrent, but it was stupid because I used to take bread and then put um m- butter on it and then mustard and just eat that.
Ooh.
And like, it's not bad because it was literally me basically only knowing the bare minimum of how to make a sandwich, because usually that's how our luncheon meat sandwiches go, is just butter, mustard, luncheon meat, pepper, you're good, you have lunch. That was my childhood. But I was like, you know what, we don't have luncheon meat, I'm just gonna eat the bread part. And then I'm like, I like mustard, I like butter. And when I was like, yeah, like 5, that was what I would eat. And I'm like, what is wrong with me, dude?
You're like, oh, that's my jam.
And this is
No,
my
that's
bread and butter.
feral. You're feral.
I am in fact feral.
That sounds like an awful, awful experience of a sandwich, but I really appreciate that you would expose yourself like this.
I mean, I didn't have much of a choice. Either that or nothing. Alright, Aztec.
Bye,
See you later.
Aztec. Have fun at work. I mean, it's not fun, but I hope you try to have fun. Do your best.
Magically ends up being a fun experience for your sake.
I wish I could just will my viewers to have amazing days.
Yeah. I'm like that too, where I'm like, have a good day. I'm like, I know people usually have okay days and that, but I'm like, like, if I could dedicate some energy or magical will into you having a better day than me, I will.
Yeah, I would absolutely like insist that you have an amazing day.
I also have a really bad habit of once in a while I can be the type of person where they'll be like, have a good day, and I'll be, or they'll say like something that isn't a like question or like something that would take the response that I give them.
Yeah.
Where so they'd say something and I'd be like, thanks, but I'm like, why did I thank them? They didn't like they'd be like, do you want a bag? And I'll be like, thanks, and I'm like, I didn't say yes or no. They don't know what I mean. And then they'll be like, yeah, like fucking have a good day. And I'll be like, or they'll be like, enjoy your thing, and I'll be like, you too. But I'm like, I like, yeah, like, give me food, and I'll be like, enjoy your meal. I'm like, you too, and then I'm like, they're not gonna eat. I hate it here. Why am I like that? Like, what meal are they gonna enjoy? And then
People do that all the time. That's not an unusual thing for people to do. It's just like, it's because we're like programmed to say things in response to things.
yeah,
But
cause like
large portions of our language like break that structure all the time, and you're just like, ugh.
I'm glad that I'm like not as dumb as I thought, because a lot of people do it then. But
Yeah.
I remember I did that one time and I just was like, I'm gonna take this to go. Like, I'm fucking really dumb. Because I went to a pizza place and the guy was like, I'll bring you your napkins and that. I'm like, okay, thank you. And I like sat down and then he's just like, enjoy your meal. I'm like, you too. And then I'm like, actually, I'll take a bag for that. Like, actually, I think can you roll out the guillotine for me?
Can you just put me down right now?
Like,
If you
yeah.
could just take me out back, that'd be fantastic.
Can I get some poison on this pizza, please?
Also, welcome to the followers group, David. You're fantastic.
Oh, thank you, David. We appreciate that. The
We
pizza here is really bad.
Is it? I have a skewed perspective on pizza. Yeah, can I just be crucified real quick?
Put me up on a cross for saying YouTube.
I really appreciate European pizza after living in Germany for a while. So now all pizza here is kind of just a disappointment to me, and I'm just the thing that I crave is no longer good pizza. I just crave grease in my mouth.
What's the difference of European pizza to like no like American pizza?
It's usually done like super fresh. So like one of the biggest differences between the pizzas I typically eat here are from like most pizza places are fast food pizza places, Domino's, Little Caesars, Pizza Hut,
Mm-hmm.
those kinds of places. That's the primary like pizza source in America. That isn't really a thing in Europe. Your pizza comes from someone who has been making pizza for their entire like life, and their whole family does it for generations, and it's all really nicely done, and it's all from scratch to order. Like they make the dough that morning.
Oh, okay, so it's homemade
Yeah.
essentially. Okay, the pizzas here are homemade primarily. Like we don't have a lot of pizza chains unless you go into the city. A lot of them are like family companies. But the thing is these are Maritimers who probably have their family tree that are the same people every like like no offense to them, full offense, but their pizza's bad and they should feel bad because they didn't learn it from anyone who knew how to make pizza, I assure you. So I've only had one pizza place that actually is tolerable because their issue is they don't use conventional terms for pizza here for some reason, usually. Because they like sometimes they only have they used a weird term when I came here. I don't remember what. It was like I wanted a cheese pizza, but the guy didn't know what I meant by that because he had a different term, and I'm like, what do you
Oh,
mean?
margarita.
Maybe? And I'm like, what? Like, what? Who fucking? Like, no one says that though.
That's
Like,
European.
it wasn't I assure you, the guy was not making European pizza. I no.
You're like, no, I promise. He was wearing camo.
He was. He was like fucking wearing camo. He spoke a mile a minute. You couldn't understand what he was saying. I'm pretty sure it was not English, but Monster Hunter language. Um, like, but yeah, the people, they make the pizza thin, but then there's way too much cheese, like an absurd amount where it gets soggy, and then you don't taste pizza anymore. You taste
Mm,
cheese and sauce,
yeah.
and then the crust is always burnt. I hate that. Like, I'm an adult. I'm going to eat the crust, but I can't eat it when it is cardboard and or concrete.
I hate that you said I'm an adult. I'm gonna eat the crust. I don't fucking like pizza crust.
Listen, it's not hard to just eat bread, my
It
dude.
is awful. Okay, here's the difference between fucking bread and pizza. At least with bread, I can like put some shit on it.
Just dip your crust in something.
I hate tomato sauce as a dip.
Don't eat. No, they'll give you garlic dips and stuff.
That doesn't
Do
always
they?
happen here.
Aw.
There are lots
Like,
of like Domino's. I can get garlic dip, like garlic butter from Domino's, and I'm here for that. And thank you, Fawn. I love you. Fawn's
Fawn,
getting
we love
another sign in the Minecraft server for not liking pizza crust.
Fawn. Don't encourage him.
um, but pizza crust is terrible because when like, all right, here are my conditions for eating the pizza crust. One, it has to be the kind of crust that is like actual bread. Like thin crust pizza does not have a crust. I'll fight you if you say that thin crust pizza has a crust on it because it does not.
It doesn't.
So after that fact, we then go on to learn that the best kind of pizza crust is flavored. And Little Caesars can get fucking dropped because they don't flavor their crust. But you know what Domino's does? They dust their crust with a delicious garlic oil, garlic butter blend. And I'm here for that. I used to do that. I used to work at Domino's, for anybody who doesn't know. And I was the person that would dust your pizza with disgustingly delicious garlic butter.
To be fair, I appreciate when they do flavor the crust in that, but like, I couldn't afford to be wasteful, especially with pizza, because it was like a once in a lifetime event. And the only time I wouldn't eat it is if I physically couldn't bite into the goddamn crust, and that happened with some people.
That's fair.
Because
I could afford to be wasteful for my whole life, so I'm wasteful.
that's a fair like thing though, because given the chance, I will waste. Don't test me. Like, yeah, I if it's a fluffy crust, I'll be completely fine with just eating it because I like bread. It's okay. I
I
really
I
like the
just don't
dip.
like I don't oh, you know what it is? I have I have a lot of reasons that I don't like crust in general, but I have a
Mm,
definitive reason that I disdain most pizza crust,
mm-hmm.
and it's that places here overcook their crust, so it's like rock solid on the outside all the time. Even if it's not burnt, it'll just be like impossible to chew, and I have a
Mm.
really soft palate.
Well, yeah, that's what happens with me too, because it's like I don't want my food to be like chewing leather.
Yeah. If it's not hard, I'll eat it. I'll eat like most any kind of crust. It can be plain, it can be whatever. But if it's hard by any stretch of the like definition, I will not eat it. I will hate it. I will kill its family, in fact. I'm about to make a hella pink slime plort producing farm.
I really miss, even though I hated living in Toronto, there was this one pizza place I really liked, and it was ran by like an Asian family, and I really loved them. They were really nice, and their pizza was really good. And like after eating their pizza for so long and then eating pizza here, I was like, ew, like I ate it here.
That's how it
'Cause
was for me with coming from Europe and just being like, "Oh, everyone's pizza is a disappointment now." I see.
yeah, because like their pizza was very very classic. Like they studied the craft better than the people here. With here, it's homemade, so the people think they can just dictate what pizza is, and it's like, because then I feel bad because I like fast food more than the like self-sufficient businesses here, and I feel
Yeah.
bad because I want to eat them, but then it's like you don't do it as good as these people though.
Yeah, the small pizza chains here, like, or the family-owned pizza places here, have all turned out like just okay, you know. And then the like Domino's is out here perfecting the art of making a pizza in less than 8 minutes.
Yeah,
Except
exactly. It's
this
like it's
one
only
place.
20 minutes.
Oh my fucking
Oh,
god! I have to tell you about the most amazing pizza you'll ever have in your life, and it's the fastest thing that's ever been made in front of my eyes.
what is it?
It's a pizza, but this place is called 60-second pizzas. And they make pizza that's like they're all single serve pizzas. They make them in one of those like stone fire ovens,
Mm-hmm.
and they just like I can't even tell you like why it's as good as it is, but it's so fucking good. It's the best pizza I've ever had in my life, and it's literally like you pay for it, you tell them what you want, and you have the pizza in your hands like piping hot in 60 seconds.
Just blast furnace it.
Basically, and I'm just like, holy crap, it's so delicious. I can't believe that it's as tasty as it is, but I would absolutely like drop tons of money on their food. It's only like $5 for a pizza.
Oh my god. Yeah, the pizzas here take a while for the quality that they give out, but I'm like, okay.
You know,
The
like a
only
subpar.
Yeah, because I'm like, okay, like thank you, I guess. But the only chain that I know of that is here is Boston Pizza, and I hate them.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, um, I don't know American pizza places that well, but like Boston Pizza is like the Chuck E. Cheese of pizza.
Chuck E.
Like,
Cheese does have pizza.
it's the kind that you would give a kid that doesn't care about pizza, you know? Like it's
Okay.
the stuff no one cares about because like um they are the type that do party orders, so they'll like give you the weird square pizzas and shit and give you mass. Yeah, because the one time I ate it, I was a kid and I'm like, oh, I love pizza, but we went to a Boston Pizza once and it was literal cardboard and I was so upset. And I never ever had bad pizza until then, and I'm like, this scarred me. And
That's
so
that's
every
Little
time,
Caesars. For us, that's Little Caesars.
okay, so Boston Pizza is Little Caesars, but Canadian Little Caesars.
Chuck E. Cheese
Um,
is technically a
I'd call it
okay. Do you want
food.
to do you Fawn, tell me right now. Do you want the actual fact about this or do you want a hilarious answer? Because I
I
have
mean,
facts.
I'll give you like a human answer, and it's like I call it an entertainment center. Because if you go to Chuck E. Cheese to eat, I will cry and pray for you. Like that's when I'll be religious. I will pray to God that you become a better person in the end of that.
Yeah, if you go to Chuck E. Cheese as a restaurant, you're wrong. That's just wrong anyway. I want you all to know that. Chuck E. Cheese is not a restaurant. So Chuck E. Cheese is actually considered a industrial establishment in terms of food, and it is considered. God, I can't even remember the exact name. Hang on, I actually have a book right here in front of me about this. Oh yeah, in case for the new people who don't know this, I'm in culinary school to become a manager of restaurants, and I'm basically gonna become an online content creator that manages restaurants.
You're gonna be an online content creator and manager of Chuck E. Cheese industrial restaurant.
Oh god.
That's horrific. The word industrial and Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck Ernest Cheese, if you will.
Chuck Ernest Cheese. Chuck Entertainment Cheese. Okay.
I almost said something that might have probably not been liked by the fucking company and or Twitch.
I
I'm
I
glad.
don't want to know what you were about to say. I kind of am curious. Type it to me.
Okay, I was just gonna say, it wasn't that bad, but I was like, I shouldn't say that for the safety of myself. I was gonna
Okay,
say,
so partially it would be an entertainment hall.
okay,
Simply because of its existence as an entertainment center with the dining as a side thing. But there's like a really specific name, and it involves the same. Basically, it falls into the same institution as a school would, with like how they feed people in mass
that's interesting. So
with
it's
like
kind of like a
cheap basic
cafeteria.
stuff. Sorry, what'd you say?
I was gonna say it's kind of like basically a cafeteria, but scuffed.
Yeah, yeah, it's like a scuffed cafeteria. Um, so this, man, I can't even like, I'm trying to find it in this book, but I don't want to like spend a million years looking through this book for the correct answer.
Would you learn at Chuck E. Cheese? I feel that. You'd learn the meaning of pain and fear, I would suppose. But maybe that was just a bad experience in Chuck E. Cheese for me.
We're gonna learn about that. Oh my god! Alright, yeah, you can't say that in the stream.
I know. Like, it was right there, but then I'm like, nah.
You're like,
But
oh,
it
better
didn't.
not. Oh my god.
Yeah. Just kickbox the claw game.
Oh wait, I forgot I had a controller. Okay. Pink slimes, generate plorts. I need them. We're gonna do slime science.
What are you gonna get for that?
I just need plorts.
Hmm.
We're gonna. I mean, we could make lots of stuff. God. Oh my god, I've been streaming for 3 hours?
Apparently so.
I don't know what time is. I remember at like 2 hour or like an hour and a half, I was like, oh man, maybe I'll do like another half an hour and then I'll call it good because that's a long stream.
We've been having so much fun.
I'm pretty sure you like almost killed me with the nuts thing within that window of like after the hour and a half when I was just like, all right, it's time to stop. But it's
We're having
fine. I
fun.
understand.
Fun. Yeah, okay.
Save these for later. Ooh. Okay, tell me about your horrific time at Chuck E. Cheese. I must know.
Oh, I like embellished that, but it wasn't that fun. Like that's why I was sad because it was like as a poor kid, I was like I always wanted to go, and then there was one time I was invited to go, and the person was gonna pay, and I'm like okay, I'll go, and it just wasn't that fun of an experience, and I was
No,
like that
it's
was
horrible.
disappointing. And I remember like the only prominent thing I remember was getting hit with a skee ball, and then Rory being afraid of the animatronics staring at them. Because Rory was looking up at this really ugly ass animatronic that looked like it was like 80 years old, and um, Rory was like, its head was turned away from them, and Rory was like, "Look at it, it's ugly." And they were like eating pizza, and I like looked up, and we're staring, and then it turned its head to look at us, and we got so scared, but it was because they were in like the standby mode. And I didn't know it was on, so yeah, it turned its head and looked over, and Rory had like nightmares of that.
Oh god.
I was sad, but Rory was just like, no, I don't want to deal with that.
Hi, Watch Tone Dead. Welcome to the stream.
Hello, welcome. So yeah, it wasn't a horrific, agonizing experience, but it wasn't that great. I had more
Understandable.
fun in McDonald's plays, playing like Spyro on their really scuffed game things.
I remember a time. All right, this is gonna age me immediately to everybody. But I remember a time when McDonald's had GameCubes and N64s in their play
Oh my
place.
god. I don't remember. Like, I'm not old enough to remember there being
We
a Nintendo 64, but I do remember the old GameCube controllers, and I would play games there.
yeah, I think I have that achievement already. Silent.
Oh, I know. I played. I've seen the N64 once, and it was. They had Diddy Kong Racing, and that was it. That's all I saw. And that was the first time I ever like saw it and played it, and then I'm like, I like this game, and I got it. So thank you, McDonald's, for opening up my gaming
For
avenue. Diddy Kong.
enlightening you.
Yeah. Like, damn.
Hang on. Hollow has something to say. What is it, buddy? What? What are you talking about, man? Why are you harassing me? Hmm? Oh, he just needs pets. Okay. A pet pat for Hollow.
Blessed Hollow.
There. He was just like walking up and he kept touching my arm and screaming, and I'm glad I finally like figured my mic out so that it doesn't like pick him up when he does that.
Alas.
Great Wolf Lodge is amazing. There's actually one nearby, and I got to have the lady that like runs it come talk in one of my management and catering classes, and she was fantastic, and I would love to go work there.
That name is very nostalgic. Oh, okay, yeah. I remember the commercials for Great Wolf Lodge in Ontario. I remember people always going there and saying it was really good.
I learned recently that as adults you can like rent the kids space and they'll just like keep kids out for a day for you.
That's really polite of them.
Well, because the adults aren't allowed to play in there while the kids are in there.
Well, yeah.
Because that would be weird. So you can just like rent the space from them, and I really like that. I would love to do that.
Well, yeah, it'd be weird and dangerous because, you know, like if you have a 100-pound person falls on a 20-pound person, that wouldn't be good.
Yeah.
Big stretch round boy, like applauds him. Aw, don't make me get up and open the door for you, you nerd.
Hollow, what are you doing, man? He's just
Yeah, I remember
getting stuff.
my dad being like, we could go to Great Wolf Lodge one day. Like, kind of like our Disneyland, but we never went, but...
Oh.
um,
That's kind of disappointing because it's like a 100th of the cost.
yeah, but that's just how it goes. Yeah. But I remember one time I was just like, that sounds really cool and entertaining. One day I'll go. I'll just rent out the play area. Be like, this is the childhood I've lost, like missed out on. Like tumbles around.
I will say there's like an adult version of Great Wolf Lodge in the US, like just for adults, and I think that's hilarious.
That is funny and good. I mean, sometimes you just have to go to a place and mess around.
Don't do that. When you did that, I fucking turned my head like a goddamn cat.
Sorry, I was trying to get round boys so it didn't bother.
I was like, yes, hello.
You know, when Ken did that in the chat and we both showed
Summoned
up.
us. That's unacceptable. I'm still mad at us for doing that. But yes, but new friends, if you want to introduce yourself in the chat, you're welcome to. I try to remember everybody's names. I have the memory of a peanut, but, you know, I do my best. And everybody's pretty nice. Fawn and Silent are here the most out of anybody, and they will bully me, but they won't bully the other users. They're very nice.
They're very, very friendly and good. No, brown boy, come here. Come here. He doesn't. The only thing I don't like is that he looks at me, but he doesn't understand anything.
He's a cat.
It annoys me. Stop being a cat. Come here. Cause like he perceives what's going on, but I'm like calling him like, "Come here," and he's just like, I don't know what that means suddenly. And I think I'm going to close the door on myself and then act as if you closed it on me. And then I'm gonna call Child Protective Services on you for abusing me this way. And I'm like, you did that. You woke up and created a problem for yourself within 10 seconds of being awake. He really is my son.
Just immediately aggros to the world.
I gotta get up and let him out because he's suddenly acting like he's a prison inmate.
He's got a cup. He's banging it on the bars of the prison. No worries. I'll entertain the people with my slime rancher antics. Very entertaining. So good. We out here placing slime science things so that we can have materials. Thrilling. Riveting gameplay.
I return.
Welcome back.
He decided in protest to start ripping up the carpet until I opened the door.
Oh.
He just went over like right in front of me, made eye contact with me, and just started shredding the floor. I'm like, okay. Like, go off. I don't care about the floor, but if you want to do that.
Like, at least do it somewhere else.
I'm trying to open this without being loud.
Okay, just go for it. Usually my policy with like opening stuff is if the longer you take, the more people are gonna notice it.
Yeah.
I'm like, just go for it. Just crack that bitch.
Yeah, I muted myself, but I have a bad habit of thinking any noise I make is loud. So I'll be like, oh, I hope no one heard me, and everyone's like, heard what? And I'm like, oh, okay.
I also do that. I think it's because like I'm really sensitive to sound.
Yeah.
So my brain's just like, so is everyone else. Everyone can hear everything that I do ever. Like, when I set up everything for streaming, I was really nervous that like I have a slight speech impediment. So sometimes my teeth whistle when I talk. And I realized that you really can't tell that at all on the stream. But I was always like afraid that people would notice and be like, "Oh, we hear your very small whistle that happens when you talk sometimes." And I was like, and I spent like hours making sure that that doesn't happen with my mic, but I still was like nervous about it. And Sam was like, "Oh, I didn't even know you had a speech impediment," and he knows me in person.
Yeah. Well, I didn't even know that either until you brought it up, because I didn't notice it.
Right, nobody notices it. Nobody ever does. I have several speech impediments, and nobody ever notices them, but I'm hyper aware of them.
I remember one time my medicine, like my meds, they made me stutter because I was so amped up. And I remember my dad made fun of me for it, and I was like, "You jerk." I was like stuttering talking to him because I was so anxious that my brain just short circuited. And he's like, "Why are you stuttering?" He's like, "You never stuttered before." I'm like, "Yeah, I wondered what the fuck." Like, I don't know how to explain this to you.
You're like, "I'm as confused as you are, motherfucker. I can't help you."
But yeah, this mic kind of makes me sound like I have a lisp or like slur my speech. I don't, but that's a God's problem.
It does like blend your words together a lot.
Yeah.
I've noticed like because your old one was very like you. I said this before. I was surprised that you aren't like in college because you are very articulate and like emphasis on the things that you say is like super important to how you speak.
Yeah. But this mic takes that and like dunks it, and it's like Like no holds barred. Everything I sound like I'm the town drunk now. Like, and I don't mind it as much as long as it makes me coherent. But I certainly would like a better mic to bring back that articulated intellectual bullshit, so I don't sound as dumb. It adds 1% to my character.
I was like, because I was listening back and I was like, to the VODs to edit, and I was like, oh man, we say some like really, really intelligent stuff, but your mic just like ruins your life, and my speech impediment just slurs everything.
Yeah,
Just like, oh, we actually sound dumb as hell. Oh, okay.
that's fair. I could probably adjust a setting, maybe. I'm just upset that this $70 mic really goes out here to make me feel like I'm talking through a $5 Xbox mic.
Ooh, download voice mod.
Voice mod?
Yeah, that's the thing that I have to like do the voice effects and stuff. But you could try
Oh,
using that clear the like the thing
yeah.
where it like clears up your voice.
I never thought about that. That would be wise. Also, I appreciate that because in person, like the thing you said that I articulate, because every doctor I meet, they're like, should be. I open
Oh no.
Chrome. I opened Chrome and I. Okay, there. I opened Chrome. Not lagged my mic. Don't do that.
Don't open Chrome. Do it after the stream. Don't, not right now.
Because I was like, oh, I'll just open it now. But then I remembered I'm a mere mortal.
What
But
what
yeah,
did doctors say to you?
every doctor is just like, you should be in college. You're very intelligent and articulated. One doctor even called me cunning, and I hated that. I hated that use of the word cunning. I'm like, dude, I'm not sneaky or smart in that sense. Shut up. But they were just like, yeah, you're very smart. But then they're like, why aren't you using that to like the best of your ability? I'm like, I'm in a fucking doctor's office. What do you think?
Hey Silent, that's a sign of ADHD.
What did silently tripped up on a word and repeat it 5 times? I feel that. My OCD makes me correct myself mid-sentence.
That also that's an overlap between OCD and ADHD when you correct yourself mid-sentence. I'll do that where like if I mess up a word, or even if I just did it, even if I don't like mess up a word, I just think that I said something inadequately, I will go back and I will repeat it until it is correct. And it's just like the vibe of how I said it could be wrong, and I'll be like, oh no, that was rancid, I have to undo that. And I hate it. Oh, I should get a boom slime group.
Back demanded that he be let back into the room.
Oh, okay. Hi round boy.
He might say hello. He's under the bed, and when he's under there, he likes to scream. Because he's like, I'm under here, look at me. Like, you can't see me, but you can hear me. And it's like, thank you, round
He's like,
boy.
look how fast I am. You're like, I know.
I'm fast. I'm very fast.
God damn it. It was so fucking giggly today.
But yeah, maybe I should go, because I remember looking up ADD and ADHD because Rory was tested for it, but I was never considered in that like little caravan. So like I was never bundled up with that, so no one ever suspected it of me, but I know that I correct myself way too much. So maybe
I strongly like there's a lot of all right, I'm not a professional. You should go see a psychologist or a therapist or something for your actual issues. But let me lay some knowledge down really quick that I've learned. So, mental health issues actually primarily have a lot of overlapping symptoms with childhood trauma and
yeah.
child PTSD. So there's a lot of misdiagnosis with like that was part of why I didn't get an ADHD diagnosis until I was in my late 20s at this point,
Yeah.
because my every therapist I ever talked to was like, "Oh, you had a hard childhood, so that must be why you're like this." And so they just assumed that it was PTSD. But I don't really have PTSD. I apparently my mental fortitude was too strong
Interesting.
and it was just ADHD being disguised, which I found very interesting. But
Yeah.
that's like a thing to talk to, like, find a therapist that's like extremely trauma informed and knows a lot about childhood trauma, because they'll do a better job making sure that you get like the right diagnosis and it's not just some bullshit.
Well, yeah, that's the hard part. Is everyone here still use like Stone Age level tools and stuff? So having someone who didn't just look at the Victorian era guide to medicine in this place, it's like I don't know, because um what was it? I have like a cocktail of issues, and they usually are like, "Whoa, one at a time. Let's start with the easiest one." And I'm like, "That's not how that works." But go off.
Right,
And
like you're like, this you can't just pick one. We gotta like concurrently solve these things.
because they're like, "Oh, you don't eat, sleep, or do anything, so we'll make you do those things and you're cured." And I'm like, "No, I don't do those things because I'm struggling." But they're like, "You can't do that. What the hell? Like, someone get her. Get her ass fucking right. Like gets booed out of the doctor's office."
Oh my god.
Yeah, like, I would actually fully like accept that if a doctor told me that. Like, oh, get out the electric chair, boys. We got another one that thinks they're mentally ill, and I'd be like, thank you. Thank
Finally I can die.
Ellen, you didn't. Like, damn, dude. Cause yeah. So there's like right now they were trying to treat like bipolar, but then that backfired because my dad immediately was like, actually meds, or anything going outside, no go. I'm like, okay, that's awesome. And then OCD, but the OCD meds, this they put me on it because of OCD, but it was the sertraline they gave you, but
Oh, I was on
they
sertraline for my depression. It's just a fucking cure all for random shit.
yeah, and the doctor was like, I'm gonna give this for your OCD tendencies, but let me know how that goes. I accidentally got the serotonin disorder thing from it.
Oh yeah, that was my problem in the first place, and they tried to give me that for it, and I was just like, no, this is not working, and it didn't work at all. It just fucked me up more because I did not need depression medication. I needed ADHD medication.
Exactly, that's what they gave me it for depression, and it fucked me over. And they also mixed it with something that would encourage the bad side effects. So they had me on a med that was specifically rare, like in rare cases dangerous, and I was one of those rare cases. And so when I was in the unit, I was shaking and sitting there. I went in like scuffed, and when they put me on the meds, I looked like a patient for a unit because I remember running everywhere because I was afraid. Um, I remember pacing a lot. I did 100 laps, like more than 100, but like I was doing laps in the lobby area, and they were like, "Oh, like you're very skittish. Are you okay?" And I would run from those people because I was scared of them. I remember noises made me jump, and then the
That
doctor was
is
like,
literally like how they end up like fucking people up on the
"Yeah,"
wrong stuff.
and then they're just like, "Maybe we shouldn't have you on that." And I'm like, "Yeah, I wonder, like, I wonder what makes you think that." Like literally, like an addict for an entirely different thing. Like I looked like I was having a different problem entirely than what I went in there for.
That's iconic, actually. I love that.
So I'm like, I have anxiety issues, and they're like, here's a medicine that will make you feel like you're being attacked constantly. And I'm like, okay.
I remember that because I gave you they wouldn't let you have the internet.
Mm-hmm.
So I gave Rory my phone number.
Yeah, and then Roy gave that to me, and I called you, and I'm like, help me, save me.
Just like can't do anything. I'm across country lines.
That's fair. And okay, the unit that I was in was very lackadaisy because it was unisex, which wasn't an issue because a lot of the people were okay. Like I don't have a huge issue with that, except they had people in there with very specific problems that could potentially worsen someone's condition, and they just let that happen.
Mm,
um there was a guy who was a very problematic character, and I'm like, why would he be here? Because the things he did could potentially put someone in an entirely different state altogether,
yeah.
especially for people with certain traumas, because he would do bad things if he wasn't monitored. So I'm like, okay, then don't let him around people with the traumas he would accidentally like set off. But they're
Just
like,
like
like
lock him up. Jesus.
yeah, he was only like 3 feet tall and he was like 80 years old. Like, put him in a box. like,
just
like
just
put
put him
him
in a
in a
box and send him down the river. It's fine. The salmon will retake him.
yeah, the salmon will make a mess of him if anything, and we'll welcome it. And they put him in a room with me by myself. Like I was in a library looking at a book, and they released him into the room like a feral dog. And I like looked at him, I'm like, get, and he walked up to me, and I'm like, get away from me. And then he got mad at me because I was hostile to him, because um he didn't understand personal space, so I was very skittish. So
Hmm.
anytime he came around me, I'd run 10 feet away from him and point at him and be like, stay, like get away. Um,
He wasn't used to people just instantly aggroing to him.
yeah, because people would let him do whatever he wants. Like the nurses would let him get away with things as long as it was towards them. And
Mm.
so he went up to me, I ran, and then I'm like, no, like you can talk to me from 2 pole lengths away. And he stumbled and dropped his water cup and got mad at me and then pointed at me, and I couldn't make out what he was saying, but then he called me Four Eyes and left. And I like looked at him and I'm like, did I just get bullied by this 3 foot tall man who spilled his sippy cup on the ground? I was so mad. I'm like, why did they let him in here?
I like how you guys think, by the way. My chat is excellent. Their vibes immaculate.
Madagascar. Yeah, I mean, just like tie like an anvil to the box, not the sippy cup. I remember they had to put him in a wheelchair that was like, had straps in it because he wouldn't stop, like being a nuisance. I also remember when I was in a call with Rory, and Rory heard someone yell out in like alarm, and Rory was like, "What was that?" And I was trying not to laugh because that guy like wiped out in front of me. And I was trying to debate whether or not I wanted to get up and help him or not, but I'm like, I'm not touching him. So I just saw this man like wipe out in the hallway because he just stepped weird or something, and it wasn't, if he had have hurt himself, I would have gone up, but he just like kind of decided he was gonna fall over, and I just looked at him and I started laughing. I'm like, oh shit, oh no, not Jimmy, poor dude. Like turns around, turns my chair around.
Oh
It
my
was a nightmare.
god. I'm not gonna lie, I would probably be the same way if I had to like go be locked up for a while. I would be such like a neutral asshole to everybody.
Well, because he was like chaotic evil, but I was just that's not my problem. So I kind of just like always looked the other way when he was like doing something around me because I'm like, whatever, dude.
Like
You
you're
can't.
like, listen, I'm chaotic good. I need you to leave.
Yeah. And then I hated that I like remembered people who were nice to me in there because like I remember this one guy offered me his fish stick. Like we were eating, and he was just like this nice old man, and it was like around Christmas, and he's like, "Do you want this?" And I'm like, "Yes, please." And then he gave it to me, and then he like tried to really push that he wanted me to have the tartar sauce because he's like, "You can't just eat it like that." And I'm like, "I am." And then he
I
like,
like my fish sticks just like plain.
yeah, they're like fine if they're good fish sticks, you can have them plain. But he was like, "No," he's like, "You don't have to be overly polite. You can have it." And like, I know you're just saying that, and I'm like, "Don't read into my character.
You're
But
like, no, I will raw dog this fish stick right now.
like fucking like speed runs eating it just so he can't offer it to me.
Ah. Not me getting stuck. Oh my god.
There was this one old lady who was really really mean, but like she was nice, but she was really nasty at the same time because she like didn't take anyone's shit and she was really impatient, but
Mm-hmm.
she was just like neutral. She like didn't like being there and I didn't blame her
You were
because it
like,
was
I
like
understand. Me too.
yeah. Because I remember one time she rushed me when I was on the phone, and that annoyed me. But then I'm like, you can win this round, old lady. Because she's just like, some people have to make calls. And I'm like, yeah, I do. Like, fucking, like, what do you think I'm doing? Like, God. But, I remember one time she couldn't open a plastic thing, and she was like, can you do that for me? And I did that, and then she was nice to me for the rest of the time. And I'm like, nice. I just had to open this really weak plastic thing to get her a fork. And I immediately like, got like a red heart relationship level with this old woman.
That's how you do it. You just open something for them. And it's not like an impossible task to do. It's just for some reason they can't do it.
Yeah. Or well, I also she considered me polite because I told her her walker was backwards and it made her move significantly better when it wasn't wrong. Because she was like was holding it wrong and I'm like, your walker's backward, ma'am. And
That
she was
was
like,
pretty polite of you. I would have let it happen.
I mean, it was very insignificant, but she was just like, oh, and then she like turned around and was moving like 1% faster than what she was normally doing that because it would be awkward.
Silent, no.
Go on her tech deck. Yeah, get her a tech deck and she's immediately my grandma now.
Old lady aggroes to you, buy her a tech deck.
She probably wouldn't even know what it is. She'd be like, what the hell? This technology, get it away from me.
she, she just immediately, like, you lose all your hearts to her. She's just immediately extra aggro. You're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, it goes from like friend to immediately just our like nemesis. She becomes the final boss of the unit.
You have to beat her to leave.
Oh my god. I remember laughing at a guy who spilled apple juice on himself. That was a monumental moment in that unit.
I would do that too.
Cause I like I feel really bad because I know when I mess up something, I'm always worried if someone looks at me while I do it and they just happen to, and I'm like, no, you shouldn't erase your memory. But like immediately get amnesia, please. But this I happened to turn at the exact second this guy was trying to open his apple juice, and because I heard him struggling with it, and I knew exactly why because it was like the foil apple juice,
Oh, yeah.
and I was like, yeah, that is hard to open, but I heard him struggling, so I looked over to offer to help him. And I looked over just as he opened it, and it splashed forward and went on him. And he looked at me all sad, like he was just like, "Oh," and I'm like, "Yeah, it does be like that."
You were like, me too, buddy.
Because I'm like, I promise I won't tell anyone I saw you do that.
My boys are here finally.
Hell yeah.
They're so shiny. I need to get something to give them a solar shield so they're not so oppressively loud.
That's fair.
They're also like lighting shit on fire right now, so just not safety. I need to get boom slimes, that just occurred to me.
Oh yeah, you never got them yet.
I also don't have an incinerator.
Is that where you put them?
That's where you put fire slimes.
Do they give you a good amount of plorts?
Fire slimes?
Mm.
Yes. They eat the ashes of the things you burn.
Interesting.
Alright, pink boys, here we go. There we go. Alright, I'm gonna feed all these slimes.
Mm.
What, Silent, did you not know about the good boys, the incinerator living slimes?
Is that something you speed ran past?
Probably. Alright, hang on. Well, now I gotta do that before we end the stream today.
Don't worry, Silent. I also didn't know about them because I also didn't play the game, but we can share that together.
Like, I have never played this game, but I also didn't know that, so brotherhood solace, I guess. I've realized that, like, Slime Rancher Day is just when I sit and am chatty at things. Because I had to put, like, one brain cell towards this game.
That's fair. Well, yeah, because last time you ranted about dinosaurs and dragons,
I did, that was a good one.
and then this time it was a rant about shopping carts, doctors, religion,
Chuck E.
uh,
Cheese.
cheese, and then my escapades laughing at people in a unit to entertain myself.
And nuts.
And nuts.
The Salvation Army. Yeah, we did really pop off about the Salvation Army.
And tech decks.
And Tech Decks, yeah. I think this was a good stream. I think we've had a good time so far. Alright, we gotta... So the process to get one of these slimes is actually extremely dangerous.
Yeah, because don't they like just throw themselves at you and like blow up?
No, it's worse than that.
Oh.
So the glass desert, the last area in the game, explodes.
Oh.
It explodes into giant pillars of fire and death. And these slimes are born from those pillars of fire and death.
I see.
It's not healthy for it, and I have to, like, find out what the fuck that's about.
Yeah.
I was reminded because it just did it again. It's very random when it does it. I don't really know.
Well, yeah, because it wouldn't indicate that you went into a very taxing area or anything. It's just like, oh, well, time to die.
Yeah.
It starts seeing.
It was actually doing it last night while my computer was just, like, idling, doing nothing.
I remember my PlayStation sounds like a plane about to take off, and I'm like, that's God's problem, not mine.
I've realized that that's just kind of what the PS4 sounds like after a while.
Yeah.
But the PS5 is a silent god.
That's good.
It only it'll like rev up to start or like rev up if you go through something that's like extremely taxing, but it's pretty much quiet the whole time you play.
It's good. Like I never mind that, but I know that anytime an electronic makes a noise or does something on its own, my dad will blame me for it, and I'm like, I'm not the one who built this machine.
Now we wait.
I have to go to Costa Rica on my PS4. Okay.
Do it. Launch yourself to Costa Rica via your airplane PS4.
I'm gonna do some aerial dog fighting on my PS4. I feel that.
I guess I could like work on this area while I wait for the thing to start. I have to wait for the glass desert to explode.
Is that just a timed thing?
It's random to some degree.
Oh, I see.
Definitely not a triggerable event. So I will do this. Get dervish plorts. You guys eat vegetables, right? Yeah. Sure do. Rock slime is too aggressive. I don't remember how many dervish plorts I need.
Is that what a dervish slime is?
Yeah.
Oh, they're so cute.
I love dervish slimes. I think they're fantastic.
I really like them.
The only thing I don't like about them is that they create literal tornadoes.
Oh.
Like that.
I mean, like, I'm proud of them.
No, you guys are disturbing the peace. It just, oh my god. Alright, whatever. Do what you want to do, I guess. I don't care. Hello, dervish slimes? You want to, like, more plorts? Yes. Thank you. Oh, you guys eat fruit. I see. I am iconically stupid. I need to find the secret style for the dervish slimes also because it turns them into a little galaxy.
Oh, that's adorable.
The secret styles are literally perfect. Oh, I have to do- oh, it's starting.
Here we go.
Here we go. I better go out in an open area. Hello, give me the fire boy. Please, I need him. It's not safe for you here, dervish slime.
He's like immediately in danger.
Ooh! Alright. We gotta keep an eye out. There's one. Haha.
Why am I a little bit back?
There's another one. Okay, I got 2. That should be plenty for putting in there. Oh, it's not dervish, it's tangle over here. Ah! Oh wait, I can still take these with me. I don't know why I did that. I can still get money. Alright, let's go. Oh, I see another one way up there. We're gonna... Oh, there's so many of them! Usually it does not spawn this many fire slimes. I'm excited about it. I love fire slimes. Silent, what you're trying to say there is they look like lava.
Just like goes to a volcano. Like, this looks like a mountain full of water, but the water is red on and flaming. I love that energy though.
I too do not know words. I am a head empty king.
I always have the problem where it's like head full, too many thoughts.
Yes. Head too full. Thought go zoom. Zoom so fast. The wind continues to shake my home.
That was very poetic.
Well, it's doing it. I'm gonna put my incinerator down and my fire slimes down. And then, alright, and you build an ash trough, and you see it catches all the ashes.
Mm-hmm.
And you just... Oh, come back.
I refreshed and it put me further back. Like, thank you, Twitch. I loved that.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Fire plort.
See the ash trough though. Look at them go.
Fire slimes go burr. I love them. They're so good. A fire slime could burn my house down and I'd be like, okay.
Thank you.
You're my little pog champ. Alright, it has now been almost 4 hours of streaming. So I'm gonna stop doing that thing. And I'm gonna eat some food.
Yeah, you need to eat dinner, do you not?
I do. It is that time. It is almost 5 o'clock. But you guys are excellent. Hang on, let me venture out here and we'll see who's doing stuff. Oh, Sabnap just started streaming. Ludwig is still streaming. Phil's streaming. I'm gonna send you guys to go watch Phil because he's soft and excellent, and who doesn't need a good dad in these times of hardship?
Exactly.
So, thanks for joining us. Welcome to our new follower. Thanks for hanging out with me, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for us playing Phasmophobia.
Bye, everyone. I had fun. I hope you had fun too.
It's always fun on Farming Simulator Mondays.
Hell yeah. Oh. At first, I was like, I thought you were being raided, but you were raiding, and I'm like, oh, what the hell's going on?
Good job.
I'm very smart. I don't mean to brag, but I don't know anything. I can't comprehend anything.
It's understandable.
At once. I must be on all streams.
Every stream, I must be a part of it. This fucking guy.
Who should we raid? Who should
I have a bunch of screenshots.
I haven't decided
Why?
yet. Jack, help.
Oh, I just realized Phil is
Help!
like stopping raiding now. Or stopping his stream now because I'm actually dumb.
Oh.
Whatever.
I mean, you just like added on to the pile of viewers at least.
Yeah. No big deal. Alright. Oh my god. I was like, I'm gonna stream for like an hour or two. It'll be no big deal.
Yeah, because they're like, do you want to hang out for a little while? I'm like, yeah, and then it's like, years pass.
4 hours later. Oh.